Hello, everyone, and welcome to another great Mega Make and Take event here at Home with Stampin' Scrapbook Expo. Miss Vicki Bill and I are here to host the segments, and just so you know, our segments are videotaped today because we want to be enjoying doing these Mega Make and Takes, our Slimline. Sure. And also all of our presenters, their presentations are also pre-recorded, but that is so if you're watching us live that you can go ahead and type comments, tell them what you like, ask them about products, which is really great as they're doing the, as everybody at home is looking and doing the project. So It's a great way to communicate with them, and they're right there just ready to answer your question. That's right. So if you haven't already done so, we certainly would love for you to be part of our crafting YouTube channel here at Stampin' Scrapbook Expo. So just go to Stampin' Scrapbook Expo, and you may already be there, but if not, you need to subscribe. And then also down here in the corner, there is a bell, and you'll want to click on that, and you'll get notified of all of our events, not our Mega Make and Takes, but we have our Shop at Home, our Shop and Plays, and our Spotlight events during the week that are always so informative as well. So, and then another way, excuse me, to stay connected is to make sure that you sign up for our newsletter. And it is jam-packed every week with information about, once again, all of our events coming up. And you will go to craftathomeevents.com and fill that little form out, and you'll get our emails. So
you'll never miss anything.
No, I know. And it's so funny because that's the great way that we have to keep up with everything going on too. So.
I know, I'm at home and I get like an alert.
Yes, we gotta watch that.
Like, oh, that's so cool.
Yes. And also today, if you pre-ordered for the Mega Make and Take, you'll have this great box full of kits right here. And if you are just tuning in and watching to see maybe what our Mega Make and Takes are about, you might be new to watching us today, and you're going to be able to see all the different projects as well, and then you'll want to jump on and get one of those Mega Make and Take boxes too. So we have them about every 6 weeks, every 4 to 6 weeks. So
and they always come with this really awesome box that you can keep, to store things in. And then I also wanted to talk about the paper keepers. This box has an amazing new paper keeper.
Yes.
And it's so cute because it's the summer Slimline. And so it's perfect to hold your Slimline cards or your dies or your stamps. And I just think it's so cute.
Yeah, it's a great way to stay organized for sure.
Right, exactly.
Put all your summer stuff in there.
Yes, and then if you are a button collector like I am, it also comes with the summer Slimline button. And so I just think that's super neat.
Exactly. And two, people can order extras of those too. All of our paper keepers
are sold separately too. Yeah. I believe, I don't want to give a price because I may be wrong, but
and you would be on film saying it too.
Yeah, exactly. They'd say, Vicki said.
Vicki said.
But they're really just a lot of fun and bright and colorful and cheery. So that's super cool.
Good.
And all the boxes always come either with, some come with like the 12x12 paper keeper. There's an 8x8 paper keeper.
Yes.
There's a Slimline, which is 4x6, I believe.
Yep.
Right?
4x8, 9s maybe.
Yeah. Okay, 4x8. Slimline. Yeah, but so that's super cool.
Yeah, and where you'll go to you can check out all of the paper keepers. You'll go to our shopathomeevents.com and just click on merchandise, and we have all different types. We got our shirts. We have shirts on there. We have just all of our products, past Mega Make and Take things. So you want to check all that out, and you know what? You're always going to find something new, either a product. And boy, today when I was watching the videos, it was so great because I think in each presentation I learned some little new tip or trick or something from everybody.
Exactly.
So, and a lot of our companies we've had on several of our different shows, but they're always coming out with a little different technique. So, even though you may see a company, I know what they're all about. You don't know what they're all about.
Exactly. They're always teaching a new something. I was noticing like different layering on top of a stamp, and then different, it's just so, you know, sometimes you have to come out of your craft box, you know. I mean, we always hear, you know, I'm not a scrapbooker, I'm a stamper. I'm not a stamper, I'm a mixed media.
I don't do Slimlines.
I do the and I think it's just fun to try all of it, because you never know, you might really enjoy something that you've never done before. So
exactly.
That's what I love about the box, you know, the boxes, is that you do get to try new things. Yeah, and I like you said, you do learn so many techniques. Like, I love watching coloring.
Yes.
Because I feel like I really need to work on that.
Yeah.
And so you learn so many little coloring techniques.
Yeah, and different ones from each company. Yeah, the stenciling is really, you know, it's really becoming popular. And what's nice about the stencils is, you know, you might have a Slimline stencil, but you could use that on anything. And you might have you know, a lot of them used to come out in like a 6x6. I mean, you can use parts of that on, like Vicky was saying, is cards, scrapbooks, you know, anything. Your
planner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the plan. Bible journaling.
Journaling.
All those things.
It's so, that's why I love crafting so much, because you're never like just in this one box. You can just do whatever you want. Make it all into everything that you're working on. You know, it's just so much fun.
And trying the different things, you know. And using things that we've used one way forever in a different way.
Exactly.
You know? There's a really good tip coming up with stenciling that I never knew about either. And I'll share that with you when the presentation comes.
Yeah, because Dave, if you're like me, and I don't know if you're like me, I keep buying all the stencils, but I think I've yet to like open and actually play with it, because sometimes it seems like maybe I'm not going to do it right, or you know. And so I love that, like, we get to watch these videos.
Yes.
It's so easy to do, right?
Well, and you know, with new products, you know, just like stenciling or inking or something like that, you know, we all have, you know, little extra scrap papers around that you can, you know, like stenciling, you know, maybe, you know, like I've not done a lot of mixed media,
right?
You know, but it would be a good thing for me to do is to try out maybe a stencil and using some paste, or you know, there's all these beautiful products out now that you can use. So.
I am, like, you know, Dave, I love YouTube. I love watching YouTube. Love watching all the crafting ideas that come out, and so many people are doing the stencils, adding the paste and then the different layers, and they're dropping glitter on there, and I'm just like, that is so awesome. I don't know why, Dave, my brain doesn't want to, like, it doesn't work in, I don't know if it's the mess or, like, you know, but I gotta try it.
It's that outside the box thing, you
right?
Know? And that's like with Slimline. You know, the one of the great things about Slimline cards is it literally is like a small storyboard, because you have a lot of space to add. You know, you could add, you know, a whole scene. You know, like cards are great. You might be able to put like a house or a tree or something on it, but a Slimline, you can put the house, the tree, the flowers, the kids, you know, everything.
I love it.
So.
That's what I love about it. There's so much real estate.
Yeah, exactly.
I love doing like so many different, like, paper, ribbon, buttons. You know, like I just love it. There's so much to do, or you could even do it vertical
and horizontal.
Yeah. So it's fun.
And with the dies, I mean, there's all different types of the dies that are out there now, you know, with the scallop edge and little squares,
I am so
all the different
obsessed
shapes.
With dies, Dave. Like, it's just
I know. We're gonna have a die sale, maybe. I don't know.
The dies,
die exchange.
I really do, like, if I don't know about all of you, but what is your favorite thing to collect? I personally would have to say that it's probably dies.
Yeah.
I love dies. I don't know, you know, you could just, I like to watch TV and just cut things. I don't know. Am I the only one? I don't know.
That's the way that you like to do your embellishments that you make for everything.
Yeah, because they're already on hand, and you know, sometimes you want to watch a movie, but I always have to be doing something else at the same time.
Yeah.
So that if you're cutting some of your dies, you're already good to go on that. You know,
you can get ahead of a project.
Yes, it's so much fun. So I don't know. Leave in the comments, what do you what's your favorite thing to collect?
Exactly.
I think for me, it would be dies.
Yeah.
What about you? What do you think?
Well, you know what? We're going to have to wait till next segment.
Oh.
Because we have Riley and Company coming up. So you guys enjoy, and we'll be back.
Hi everyone, this is Tanya with Riley and Company. Thank you for joining me today. We are going to make this adorable card for the Stamp and Scrapbook Expo Mega Make and Take. This is what it looks like, but wait, there's more. It's an easel card and a birthday card. Super fun to make. If you bought the kit ahead of time from Stamp and Scrapbook Expo, this is what you will have. I will show you what is in it. If you didn't buy the kit ahead of time, that's fine. Whoops, I just tore it up. That's fine too, because you may already have the pieces to make it at home, and you may want to do it on your own and kind of change it a little bit. So it's all good, but I'm going to show you what is in your kit. So you've got this in your kit. Yes, you have a free brand new dress up raccoon and fox stamp set. You have your little pieces. Here are your very detailed instructions in case you get behind. I've listed all the Copics that I've used and all the stamp sets that I've used. You have all of your pieces pre-stamped and pre-cut for you, and all of the background pieces. And you also have this little green card. And this little green card has our website and our Facebook page, our fan group, which is so much fun. Everybody shares their creativity on the fan page, and our YouTube. We have more videos going up every single week. You will love it. So that is what is in your kits. And oops. And your saying. And so now we are going to get started. Now this video does have a lot of coloring in it, and I will show you some techniques. The stamp set that we start with, that is the focal points of this card, is the Dress Up Jeep set. I believe it's called Safari, the Dress Up Safari sets, and it has this Jeep. Now the Dress Up sets, just in case you don't know, Riley has his own dress up line, and it's like paper dolls, but for a really cute moose and a really, really cute cow and a really cute raccoon and fox combo. Okay, these are just what turns it into a raccoon. And if you noticed our release yesterday, we have a brand new giraffe, and I'm so excited to show you guys. Brand new giraffe that all of the clothes will fit, and there's 28 sets to go with them. So today we are going to use the raccoon, a couple of Riley's friends, and I will tell you the sets as we go along. So to start with, let's set all of our colored pieces aside, coloring pieces aside, I'm sorry, and we're going to work just on the base. We're just going to attach the back and the grass, okay? Now I'm going to use my trusty zip dry. You guys know, if you've seen me before, how much I love zip dry, and I will show you why. Zip dry is like rubber cement in a bottle, and you just put it along the edge. Now, if I go to all this trouble to make a card this adorable, I certainly do not want my lines of my card messed up. I do not want my borders looking like this, right? Zip dry lets you move it while it's on the page. If it's stuck down like that with double stick tape, you would either, and you had to take it off and realign it, you would either ruin the top piece or you would ruin the bottom piece, and you'd have to cut another piece, and that drives me crazy. But what if you accidentally got it upside down, which I kind of think I might have, but maybe not. Zip dry lets you just remove it. If you want to take all the glue off, all you have to do is rub it. It comes right off, and it does not ruin your paper. So it lets you reposition it again. The second time around, it's not going to let you move it as easy, but it will let you take it off and reposition it. And that is upside down. So we're going to go back the right way. And I'm just going to put this on there. And then once it locks down for you. So it's very, very durable too. I absolutely love this glue. Now, the next thing that we have that we are going to put in place is this amazing piece of grass. And this die that we die cut for you, you don't have to cut it, but this die is actually a Karen Burniston die, and it is called Slim Nature's Edges, and it comes with grass and a solid line and something else that I can't remember, but this is a fabulous die. We are just going to put it along the bottom of the yellow, and with your zip dry, see, it lets you move it once it's down, and you get it on absolutely perfectly. I love zip dry. That's on our website. You can buy it. I will warn you, it's not a cheap glue. It's not very expensive. I mean, it's not expensive as far as glues go either, but take it easy on the glue. Just go around the edges. Okay, that's all you have to do. You don't have to do this like you would do with traditional glues, and it won't warp your paper either. So now you should have pieces that look like this. Okay, we are going to set those aside for a second, and we're going to go to your solid card piece that you have in your kits. Or if you are at home, this is an 8" by 9" piece of paper, 9 this way and 8 this way, and you simply fold it in half horizontally. Then to make the easel card, we are going to take, and you can do this manually too by hand, but if you have a scoring tool, you can do that as well. I have just scored it in half. I've scored it at 2 inches. I apologize. I've scored it at 2 inches. Okay, so it's going to sit like this, right? So this is 4 inches. I've scored it at 2, right? And that's how it's going to sit when we're done. We're going to set this aside as well. And now we are going to go to our coloring pieces. So you should have your Jeep, which we're going to set aside for a sec. You should have Felix, the cats. You should also have a fox, and you should have my little buddy Tucker. This is actually my dog, believe it or not. And you should have 2 flowers. You should have a mushroom. You should have a little snail, and you should have 2 tulips. All right, so this is where we're going to get started. Now, let's start with the flowers. So I use Copics almost exclusively, except I use alcohol markers exclusively, I guess I should say, because I like how they blend. There's a lot of different alcohol markers on the market, of course. So I tend to use Copic because that's what I was certified in and that's what I have. But there are a lot of different lines out there, and I encourage you to try them. A lot of people are scared of alcohol markers. Please don't be. The key to alcohol markers is making sure that you have the right ink for the right pen and a very smooth cardstock. Okay. I use a basic brand called Mohawk for my cardstock. I believe it's 90 pound or 100 pound. You can use Nina as well. Alcohol markers need a dye-based ink. So when we stamp our images, use any ink that's dye-based. I use Memento. Okay. So it's dye or water-based, and these are alcohol-based, and that way they won't blend and mix into each other. So we're going to start with a 𝐲23. It's just a light green, and I'm going to color all my green spots, okay? So I'm just going to come down and just add some color. And I always like to get the outside lines, all right? Now, if you notice in this, I have a little bit of yellow in some of mine, in the flowers, because, you know, all stems aren't the same color. So I'm just going to pull up some color randomly, just random. You always want to get it underneath because it's going to be the darkest underneath a little piece of flower. So I think that's all of our green. Then I'm going to come in and I'm going to grab my 𝐲𝐢𝐴𝐧𝐧𝐞, my yellow. And I'm just going to fill those in just random. It really is just random. Okay, and I'm going to cover most of it. Then I'm going to come back in with my G14, which is a green green, not a yellow green. And I'm going to do a little bit of shadows under the leaves. Okay. Just like that. Easy peasy. And some on the stem. And I'm not covering it all. I'm really just going random. Very simple. Easy. So we are going to do a pink tulip and an orange tulip. So I'm going to grab my RV10, kind of a staple for a color. And I'm going to cover the whole thing. All right. And I'm going to let that set a second. And I'm going to grab my orange, which is YR16. And I'm just going to do that as well. Now, when you shade with Copics, you don't have to have two markers to get a good shading. So let me show you what I mean. I'm using the exact same marker, RV10, and I'm going back into the center and a little on the bottom. And you can see it picks up color. It's really fun. You can generally do this 2 to 3 times to get a little darker color than what you started with. So you don't have to have a lot of them to begin with. That's what I really like. And I'm going to do the same thing with my orange, and it's just going to give me a little bit of shadow, which is exactly what I want. And we are done with our tulips. And we're going to set those aside. And I just have issues this morning picking things up, not sure why. Okay, now the next thing that we're going to do, since we're doing orange, we are going to do the center of one of our flowers. All right, and we're going to do the spots on our little mushroom. Now the flowers and the mushroom is out of the Dress Up Gnome sets. Okay. And the tulips were out of the spring sets. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to grab the yellow we used before. And I am just going to fill in the space. There you go. It's that simple, really it is. And then I'm just going to do the petals of my flowers, and I'm going to go off the edge so I get all of the white space. All right. And let's see. I do believe we're going to grab a blue color. And you've got several blues in your arsenal, okay, because the Jeep is blue. So I think I'm just going to grab maybe B02. And I always have a spare piece of scrap paper with me. And that's because I always test my colors before I put them on. So if you can see this, I just run, is that the color I want? Yeah, sure. So I'm just going to do the outside colors on that. Okay. And that's as easy as it is. We need to do a yellow center and then we are done. Now I want a little bit of shading inside. And so I'm just going to come around the center. Just like that. You can get your shading and you can color beautifully without going to a whole lot of work. And I hear so many people go, oh, I can't color that good. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And coloring is very relaxing. Just be as creative as you want to be. Now to add a little bit more shadow to the mushroom underneath, right? I'm just going to add a little bit of color and just a touch. Another key to shading is knowing where your light source is coming from. So if it's, you know that an item that sits under something else is going to have a shadow, right? So this little top sits on top of the base, correct? So there is going to be a little shadow under there. And that's how you do that. This is going to sit on top of the stem, so you know there's going to be a shadow and there's going to be some highlights on the outside. So it's really super simple, and we'll get to the shading a bit more when we get to the Jeep, because there is quite a bit of it on there, and we'll get to the points of where you want to imagine your light source coming from. So now let's just go ahead and tackle our balloons. And we're going to do one orange, and we're just going to fill the whole thing in, just like that. Another little tip. Copic markers work best if you blend them in a circle. I'm going to take our yellow and do the next one. I usually do an outline and then I come back in. Okay, and then I'm going to grab a light green, my 𝐂𝐤𝐡 that we used on the flowers. See, it's a whole lot easier to do these if they're cut out and you can go off the edge, right? Alrighty. So there are our balloons. And to give just a little bit of shadow, I'm just going to come back in. And we're imagining the light coming from the top, right? So there's a shadow up here. There's a shadow down here, but the lightest part is up here. So we're just going to bring our shadows on the bottom corner. And it's the same marker that we used before. And it's just going to give us a little bit of a shadow. And another fun trick that you can use to highlight a shadow and a sunny spot is a white pen. I love these jelly roll pens. Love them, love them. Again, another item that you can get at KarenBerniston.com too. Do a little mark up here. Just a very simple little mark, and it's going to highlight where your light is. Super easy. Can everybody see that? These I think are $1.99. They're so amazing. I have them everywhere because I just love using the white pens, and we'll use a bit more on the Jeep and stuff too. See, we're almost there. We're almost to the Jeep. This is really a very easy card. It looks very difficult, but it's really not. Now we'll save the snail for later. Felix is our little guy, and we are just going to use orange on Felix. That's all. He's an orange cat. He's a ginger cat. We actually just got, and again, I'm just coming in and I'm doing all of it, except of course his little nose and his mouth and his eyes. Okay, and just go around all of them, and then you can just be as messy as you want. And you make sure you get all the white space. Okay, now we're going to take him, and we want to do some shadows with him, of course. But keep in mind that most of his feet and everything are behind there. So we're just going to do the shadow on his neck and down his body a little bit. This arm's hidden, so we don't need to worry about that. So there's a little on his face and, of course, his ears. You can do his ears pink if you choose. So I'm going to grab my RV10 again and do his nose. Now, on eyeballs, I love to use B00 on eyeballs because it makes them pop out. Eyes aren't always white. So if you just add a little bit of blue, it just makes them stand out. Another tip with this little guy, googly eyes are really super fun on him. Now we're going to do Tucker, which is this little guy. And I am going to literally do, so all we're going to see is above, right? So I'm just going to do this. All right, I'm going to get everything but his eyes and his nose. And I know I said in a circle, I always lay down the color and then come back in and do my circles. Okay? And yes, it's going to feel weird not coloring the whole thing. If you want to color the whole thing, please feel free. You can do that. All right, so I've got that. I'm going to let it set for just a second, and I'm going to use the same blue and come in and just do some little low lights on his eye. And I'm going to take my solid black, which is 100, and I'm going to do his nose. All right, now we're going to use the same marker, okay? And we're just going to come in on his chin and under his ear and on this, that, and probably a little part between his eyes. And there you have it. This is Easy as it gets. And finally, we're going to go with our raccoon. And he is just as simple. And to do him, I use 3 grays because he's got a lot of different pieces parts. We're not going to worry about his belly today. So what I usually do is I do this white spot in here with just a very light C1. Okay. Just going to put that in there. Now we don't really need to go that low on him, but that's okay. It's kind of habit. And that's the color I use for just his inside pieces. Now I'm going to take my C3, okay, and I'm just going to come along. Oop, I forgot his nose. There we go. Forgot his nose. So now I'm going to come back in and just do the lines and do a little underneath shading right in here. Because his nose is going to create the shadows, right? Then I'm going to come in his ears and add a little bit more. And then I'm going to take my C3 and go do the top. Okay. And that's the base of him. And we also want to come in into the top part of his body, not all of it, just the top part. And if you want his tail sticking out the back, you can make stripes. I just cut it off. He's tailless. And then finally, I'm going to take my C7 and I am going to come in and do just the stripes on his face. Now you can do this. If you have the stamp set, you are not going to need to color this in later. You will with this because it is a pre-stamped image. But to get these black little spots on the set, you just have these. Okay, and you just literally line them up and stamp them and line it up and stamp it. And that turns your little fox into a raccoon. We're going to add the blue for his eyes. Just a little bit. We're going to come back in with the pink for his mouth. All right, now I'm going to take my C3 again, and I'm just going to bring up a few shadows on the side. See how that does that? Same marker we used before, it just gives you more shadows. And underneath his little head. And we're ready to go on him too. Okay, that is so simple. Now we have everything done except the Jeep. And this Jeep is so much fun. It looks very daunting. And it's really not, I promise you. If you look at it from a color perspective, the light is coming from this way, right? So the light is on the heads, coming from that way. It's coming this way. So that's what we're going to start with. So the lightest colors are going to be up here. Now, as I mentioned, this set is from the Safari set. And I absolutely love how the die cuts on this because it cuts out this entire edge just like this. So you can put anything in here. And our new giraffe. Oh, just wait. You're going to love it. But I can take any image that I have and I can just, I'm trying to find one here while I'm talking to you. Oh, look. The dress up police, Riley. You can stick him in there. You can stick, let's see. You can stick Bird in there. Smiling Bert. Cat driving a Jeep. Okay. So now let's hop to it. The colors that I used were 4 different blues. And normally I don't use that many colors in a make and take, but this car or this Jeep needs that many colors. So we're just going to start with the lightest color that we have, okay, which is our B02. And I'm just going to go along the top here. And I like to lay down, when I'm doing this type of coloring, I like to lay down a base. All right, so I'm going to go over everything that's blue with this marker, if it'll let me, because it's acting kind of dry. All right, I'm just going to go over everything. And the way that we color isn't really going to be that important, because most of it is going to be colored over. All right, so we're just getting the pieces parts right now. Okay, just like that. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm just laying some color up on the top. All right, so now I'm going to come in with my next color. And here's a little tip, just because this looks lighter than that, or this looks lighter than that, you never really know. So this is why I always try my colors first, and you can write down what they are. So this is B06, and this is B16. And just because it's a lower number does not always mean that it is a lighter number. Okay, so that's B18. So we're going to save him for last. So now we're going to take, it looks like this is a little lighter. So we're going to take our B06, and we're going to start at the edges, and we're just going to come in. Now, the shading behind here, there's going to be a lot of shading behind there. So we want to make sure that we get that line, but we're not going to color everything. We want some of that blue to still be there, right? All right, and now we're going to come here. Now there's going to be light at the top of the fender wells too. So we're just going to come back over. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to leave some light up here. So everything is going to be colored on this. This is where we're going to leave our I'm going to come along, and I'm going to do the whole entire thing, okay? The whole grill and everything with this. All right. I'm going to keep turning it. Hopefully I'm turning it for the line of sight so you guys can see. And it's okay when we get, I've got some in the lights, don't worry about it. I'll fix it later. So when we get up here, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to just feather it in very lightly, just a really light touch here, okay? Really light touch. Okay, so now see where we kind of get the light on our Jeep? We're going to come back in. We had our little B00 before, right? It's a great blending tool. It's got very light color. See that? It's just going to blend it right in. Okay, and if you would like to come back with your B02, you can do that as well. And you can put that color, but make sure you do your circles so it blends pretty. All right. All right, so that's where we are, and we are going to come back to this B06. We are going to do the complete bottom underneath here. Make sure you cover your white spaces. Okay. And we are going to do the fender wells. We are going to try to avoid this outside line as much as we can. Not a lot, just a little bit of it. Just try not to get too much color. If you do, it's all right. You've got your white pen, right? You guys see this? Really hope you can see this. Okay, so now we've got this. Now we're going to take this same marker and we're going to go back in to where the darkest places are. And we're going to add more color again with this same marker. Okay, and we're going to do it again here, but just where the darker spots are, because it's going to give us another deeper color, or deeper shade, sorry, of the B6. And again, come in. So the very first color that you put on, this is going to get a whole new coating of it. The first color that you put on, you rarely see very much of when you're done. That's why I didn't worry about it too much. Now we're going to come in with our next darkest color, B16, and we're just going to repeat the process. But every time you put a darker color on, you're going to leave a little bit of the previous color showing, and that's what gives you the gradient levels. So on my fender wells, just going to do that. On this, I'm going to come in, leave a little bit, okay, and then of course down here, and you can do this several times because like I said, the markers will give you a couple shades per one color. So I'm just going down in the bottom of it now, and I'm going to kind of leave the light blue alone up here, or the lighter blue, the B06. Make sure you get down in that grill for sure, because it is a darker color. And you can now see him starting to take shape. Now, this is our darkest color. So you're going to be very cautious with this color, okay? Let's start with the fender well. And we're going to start in the very darkest color, or corner. All right. And do little baby lines and pull out. Don't be very careful with your darkest color. Under here is going, of course, to have all of it. All right, we're going to do the shading underneath the lights with the darkest color a little bit. Your very last color, less is more, because you can always add to it if you need more color. So I just didn't particularly like that right there. So I am going to add a little more darker color, because behind the grill would be very dark. All right, so I'm going to match it on the other side. Okay, I'll turn it around so you guys can see the other parts. We're going to do, again, we're going to do just the corners and the darkest parts. And if there ever gets to a point where you are not keeping up, feel free to pause, okay? Feel free to just pause it. Now, the hood, I'm going to do just back in here. Or I guess the top of the hood, just down in the lines. And there we have it. So it looks a little blotchy right now, but that's okay. We're going to go back and we're going to take the color we just used, and we're just going to blend that darker color in. Okay, not all the way out, just into the last color that we used. And we're just going to come up and just blend that in. Okay. So there's no harsh lines. Just like that. Flicking in a space like that is a really awesome thing to do. And it kind of sounds good. All right, so this is what we have now. If it were me, actually what I'm going to do, I see a little space here. If it were me, I have a trusty set of colored pencils that I use. And when I want the deepest, darkest shadows, like down in here, I get out my colored pencils and I make sure they're really super sharp. And I just draw some lines, and you will be amazed at how much you can achieve just getting a little darker shadow. Now up here, I'm just going to come back and I'm just going to shade those in so we don't have any harsh lines. Okay, and I'm going to shade this so we don't have any harsh lines. And we have our Jeep. Now, the last part is very simple. We're going to go back to our grays. All right, we're going to take our C3, and this is all we're going to do for our mirror. Do the C3 as the darkest. Okay. And we're going to do our chrome right here with our C3. We're going to do the corners of our tires, but I'm going to do the whole layer so it blends really well later with my tires with my C3. All right. And finally, the push bar. I would love to have a Jeep like this, actually. All right, so now we have our base color down, right? So I'm going to take my C3 and I'm going to go back up and give it another round, but leave this outside. Leave it outside done. Okay. Leave it done. Now I'm going to take my C1. We're going lighter this time, not darker. And I'm going to come in and I'm just going to fill in that mirror so it blends. See that? That's all we're going to do. That's it. Now let's take our C5, okay? And on the chrome, we want it to be lighter on the outside. So we're going to start where the darkest parts are and just give it a little flick. That's it. So we're completely done with the chrome over the tires. We are going to come in the bottom part of the push bar. Okay. And I'm going to do it one more time, just about half the space that I did last time. So it gives a little bit of a shade. Then you are going to take your C3 and go back and kind of touch it a little bit, just to get it to blend in nice and pretty for you. And we're done with the push bar. And all we have is the tires. And you can guess how easy that's going to be. So I am going to take my C7. This is what I'm working with. And my tip on it's really bad. And the good thing is the tips are replaceable with Copic. You would think I would have done it before, right? But no, I didn't. And the tips are replaceable and they're refillable, which I really love. And now it is really going to give me fits. So I just squish it. Squish it until it works. Because I'm going to take my C5 and come back in and blend that anyway. We're coming back. See how that makes it a messy marker? Just blends it right in. That's why I love these markers so much. I can't imagine using a water-based marker to color like this. It just wouldn't work very well. And finally, we have our black, right? We want these tires to be black. So we are going to take our black and go in to the darkest parts, which would be underneath as well. And again, less is more, okay? And we're going to do the same with the other side. And under, of course. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in with my C5, and only because my C7 is kind of dead in the water here. And I am just going to blend that down, and look at that. It blends so perfectly. And your tires are done. So now all we have to do is the lights. And if you notice, I'm going to show you something really fun. If you notice, I got a little blue inside my spaces, right? No worries. Copic has this wonderful little thing. They call it the magic eraser. It's actually a blender pen. It has no color. You can see on there, it looks like it does. I hope this one's got water. You can always tell if it's wet by doing that. And so all you do is just push that color right back out. Make sure not to get it in the color or you'll drag it back in. Okay, so I would do that normally. I'm not going to do it for this purpose because it'll take a little while. Also, your next marker will blend with it as well. So we're going to take our 𝐤𝐤𝐻 and you'll see that it'll just kind of disappear. Do the whole thing. Do both lights. If I take my yellow marker where my blue is, it'll just kind of disappear on us. It's okay. And then finally, the last thing we need to do is just add a little bit of gray. And I think I'm going to take my C3 and just come down here and just add a little bit of shadow. That's it. Okay, I'm going to do the exact same thing with the little ones as well. And we have our Jeep. We have our Jeep. We're going to do a little bit of highlight on it. Okay. So the white lines, you can do just a line and a touch, and a line and a touch, and a little bit of line and a touch, and maybe a little bit of line. I always use little dots and lines to help break it up a little bit. All right, see how fun that is? I'm going to give my yellow some. The top of the push bar, I'm going to use quite a bit. Just draw lines across, just squiggly lines. You can't go wrong. See that? And it just lightens it up a little bit. I'm going to put a little bit up here on my mirrors. And I'm going to put some down here at the corner of my tires. And we're done with that, all right? You ready to assemble? I'm ready to assemble. Get my markers out of the way. The assembly part is the easy peasy parts. All right, we're gonna take our little raccoon first in my trusty zip dry that I left open, of course. And really, this isn't gonna hurt him because he'll never know. We're just gonna kind of cut him off, right? Sorry. Now we're gonna just push his head through here. All right, and there he is. So I just turned it over, put a little bit of glue right here. All right, and I also put just a little bit of glue on the roll bar. Okay, so he's in there. And now the next thing we want to do is stick Tucker in here. And he is going to have his ear over the roll bar. So we're just going to trim up on this line. All right. And the ear will go, oopsie, he moved on me. That's okay, it's zip dry, you can move it back. Now, he will go in here, ear over the roll bar. I'll pull it out a little bit. And tuck him back in. Okay, and he's hanging out the edge, just like that. We're not going to glue his ear down yet, okay? Do not glue his, well, I guess we can. Actually, we can. So we're going to turn him over, get a little bit of glue back here on him. Oh, I had a lot of glue. Let me show you what happens when you get too much glue like this with zip dry. Watch this. It's on your hands. You can literally wipe it off and just rub it off. It comes right off. Okay, no more glue. And there you have it. Finally, we've got our poor little Felix who's scared out of his mind. And we are going to just cut off his little paws, okay? Make sure you don't lose them when you cut them off because we're going to reattach them. He is going to, I'm going to put a little bit down here because I know this is where it goes. He is going to go right in behind the other guys. Now, see, I'm going to position him just so it looks like his hand is coming up on the roll bar. And then I'm going to take, if I can get them, okay, I'm going to put a little bit of glue right there. And I'm going to put his little paw, I hope you guys can see this. I'll show it to you in a second. Right where Tucker's ears meet, see that? Like he's hanging onto the roll bar. Move it up just a little bit. And there we have it. Our Jeep is ready to go. Okay. So we're going to come back and get our card to begin with. And let's just take the front of the card. We're not going to worry about the base. All right. And let's just attach our flowers. So this flower here, and see I've got glue right here, no problem. I'm just going to rub it off. And then I can scoop my card up so you guys can see. And now all my glue is gone. I know I go on and on and on about zip dry. I wish I owned part of it, but I don't. All right, so we have our flower. We're just going to put a little bit. We're just going to stick that right there. Okay, we're going to take our other flower. We're going to put him over in the other corner. All right, then we're going to take our tulips. Put a little bit of glue on him too. And I'm going to tuck one behind the grass. And I'm going to put one in front of the grass. Okay. Our mushroom, we are going to use pop dots to put him on there. All right, I'm going to put it right over that flower stem. Now, the car, I am going to use foam tape, foam dots, same thing, just goes a little bit quicker. And I want their heads secured on here. So, I'm going to just cut a little piece for Tucker, a little piece for Felix, and a little piece for the raccoon. Okay, then, of course, peel your tape off. And we're just going to sitting right down on the grass line, okay? A little bit over. Oops. Got a piece of tape in there. Now for the balloons. All right, so you're going to take all your threads and hold them together at one end. And we're just going to tie a knot. Just like that. Okay, we are going to attach them to our balloons. Uh-oh. Okay, I know we had them, folks. Didn't we have them? There they are. Whew. So we're going to put pop dots on these. So I'm just going to do my pop dots over my string. Okay. And you don't have to put the yellow with the yellow. You don't have to put the orange with the orange. None of that. So I'm just going to cut 3 pieces. This one is going to go over this, and it will hold my string down. This and that's. And I'm not pulling it real tight or straight, okay? I just want them to look like they're blowing in the wind. And I will trim off any excess with a different pair of scissors because I just used these to cut foam tape, so they're not doing much of anything else. And there's our balloons. Oh, if you have any of the foam tape sticking out over the edges, just trim it off. Okay, and then we are just going to put them over here. All right, so I can put them, depending on how long my string was, you can put them as far out as you want. So we're going to put one string in Tucker's mouth. So I think, let's see. Let's take these off and put them secured down. Okay, and I'm just going to stick these up here because I have plenty of string to work with. This one is going to go in his little mouth. Now we're going to take him and put him in front of the mirror. And I'm just going to take one of the strings and attach it underneath. Or another thing that you can do is go ahead and make a little cut mark where his mouth is. And tuck it right in there. And then we're just going to glue it down, glue it back down, okay? And just play with it. Just play with it till you get it. And put a little bit of glue right there. And we're going to hold it down and it'll secure it right in place. Okay? Now is the fun part. We are going to attach this. I'm going to hold this just a second. We're going to attach this to our base. Now, since this is an easel card, it seems like forever since we talked about the easel card part, didn't it? We are going to only put glue here. All right? You can get it a little closer to the edges if you wish. And we're going to put this piece right on top of it and give ourselves a little border. All right, so align your border up. If you have glue come out, that's okay. We're going to rub it off. All right, then that is our movement action. In one quick little step, and we will have a little stop for it. So you still have your words here. We're just going to put the words on the yellow piece. And we are going to take some foam tape. And I don't normally use this much foam tape, but on the stops for these, I do because I don't want them to move. And you do want them raised up so it creates a good stop. So I'm just going to peel this off. I'm going to bend this where I want it, and then that's where I'm going to put my sign, and it will stop right where you want it. And we're done. Now, something you can do at home that's optional. I added some crystal lacquer to their eyes and the lights and some glitter to the flowers. But look what you just did. It's absolutely stunning. What a great card. I hope everybody has a fantastic day, and don't forget to hang around. I have got some fantastic show specials on our brand new release for you coming right up. Have a great day. Hi everyone, it's Tanya with Riley & Company. Thank you for joining me for the Make and Take. That was a lot of fun. Now I'm going to take just a few minutes and show you all the goodness that was our new release yesterday. You're going to love it, and tell you about our show specials. So let me get you turned around and we'll get right to it. Hopefully I can get this hooked up without making you too dizzy. So as I mentioned, yesterday was a big day for us. It was a brand new release day, and we have got 20 new funny bones for you. We've got 2 brand new sets of dies, and I have got a really incredible special for you at the end to show you that's a new release. And I have a bunch of specials too. So hang on a second. Need a drink of coffee. So let's get started. 20 brand new funny bones. For those of you that may not know us, Riley has a line called Funny Bones, and there's about 900 of them in the line right now. Awesome little sayings for your cards and your scrapbook pages. Does running behind count as exercise? Of course it does. Yes, we're aware of how obnoxious we are when we're together. Nope, we don't care. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, wait, yes, I do. I'm torn between wanting a snack and looking like one. Cleaning is just putting stuff in less obvious places. Whoever thinks money doesn't buy happiness, transfer that to my account. And that was my bleep in case you have children in the room. Can you see the word? A friend is someone who listens to your crap, tells you it's crap, and still listens some more. I love this one. Happy birthday. You're way less wrinkly than I thought you would be by now. Not horrible. It's a great one to send to your brother, though. Question, and there's going to be a bleep in this too, just in case there's children in the room. Question, when stirring up some bleep, do you start in a clockwise direction or is it counterclockwise? I don't need to drink coffee to be awesome, but it's more fun when I'm awesome and awake. The older you get, the better you get, unless you're a banana. Happy birthday anyway. Don't worry, be happy. No one will ever, oops, sorry about that, I'm losing them all. No one will ever be as entertained by us as us. This is fantastic, especially for all you animal lovers out there like me. Love is wet noses, slobbery kisses, and a wagging tail. Hello, 111. My glass is empty. Whiskey, the nighttime, sniffling, sneezing. How the bleep did I end up on the bathroom floor medicine? If I've learned anything in my 23 years on Earth, it's that it's okay to lie about your age. I don't have a drinking problem. I have a sophisticated wine ritual. Big difference. This is a great birthday sentiment. Late in the evening, far, far away, there was a glow beyond the horizon, and I knew deep in my heart it was your birthday cake. And finally, the last one is probably one of the funniest ones. Laughter's the best medicine, unless you have diarrhea. Anyway, we do have a special on all 20 of them. It's our Funny Bones bundle special. Let me get these out of the way. You can get, it's $130 value. You can get them at 20% off for only $104. They come all packaged, just like I showed you. Now, the next one up, last release, we introduced you to the gigglers. We have Giggling Riley, Giggling Giraffe, Giggling Cow, and our Giggling Raccoon. Everybody asked me, do you have dies for them? They were on their way, but they hadn't got here yet. So yes, guess what? All of the dies are now here for these. Now, I wanted to put these, I know a bunch of you took advantage of the bundle and got all of the Giggler stamps last time. So I wanted to offer a bundle as well for the dies in case you have all the stamps. So regularly priced, all of these would be $28 total. They are $22, which is 20% off. And just in case some of you were holding out, the Gigglers are also 15% off. So you can get a deal if you buy all of them. And I was just going to show you some cards with them because they're just so darn cute. You can use them standing up and laughing. You can use them in different windows. I'm pretty sure that my last words are going to be, are you freaking kidding me? You can, of course, put them in a very simple card, laying down laughing. You can stick them on Riley's motorcycle. Okay, the raccoon goes the opposite way, so you can put 2 or 3 of them on one card together. You can put little things in their hands, which is awesome. And even with the cow, they can be holding things. Stick them in a tree, it's a raccoon, right? So there are your gigglers. The giggler die bundle again is $28 regular price, but for a limited time, it's only $22. And all of the stamps are 15% off as well. Next up, we have the same type deal with our Mushroom Lane. I know there are so many of you out there that love, 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 love Mushroom Lane, and so do I. Last couple months ago, we introduced the tall clay pot stamp. We introduced the short clay pot stamp, and we introduced a brand new teapot. Again, the dies were not here, so we couldn't do the specials. They are here now. So we are doing the die bundle in case you got all three stamps. You can get all three of these at 20% off, okay, as a bundle. So it's regularly $60. You can get it for $48. Or if you would like, you can get the stamps individually at 15% off as well. All right, now finally, let me show you some cards with that. I love making these into easel cards. They're great, great, great. Welcome to the neighborhood. Okay, and of course, you can stick our little gnomes on there. And of course, they're 3D. So the dies, for those of you that don't know, the dies have all the pieces in them to raise them up like this. Okay, the trick to getting this is to color the full image one time and then photocopy. Don't color it over and over and over. You don't have to. Color it one time and photocopy. It'll save you lots of time. And then just grab your dies, and you'll see that this piece right here is this piece right here. Here's your windows, and it just pops up. Now you do have to cut out the main piece first, okay, the background piece. And the reason that we did that, if you added another huge piece to this, the die would not be very cost friendly. So we let you cut it out on your own if you want it completely cut out, or you can stamp it on a piece of paper and then start adding to it. And there is your Mushroom Lane dies for the release. And finally, I am so excited about this. For those of you that know about Dress Up Riley, Dress Up Riley is a stamp line we have that is like paper dolls, only it's with a really cute moose called Riley, of course. And you guys know this. There's Sophie and Riley, and he's got 29 different accessory sets that go with him, okay? So you have a base set that is a moose. We also have a base set that is a cow. And we also have a base set, and I'm just pulling these out of a little hat here. We have a base set that is a fox raccoon combo, but I don't think I have any of those in my little stash. Without further ado, meet our latest dress up base sets. And it is these two adorable giraffes. Believe it or not, all of the dress up clothing fits him, okay? It is hilarious. So I'm just going to show you some different variations. Of course, we have his dies too. The set is a clear I believe it's 4x5 sets. Okay, I'm sorry I don't have one on a card for you, but it's a clear set, and it comes with just these two. There is a special, of course, on the dies and the stamps for the new dress up. They're 20% off, but watch this. Here you have the two little giraffes in different poses, and then you can use the dress up. We're going to do a little mini fashion show here. We're going to put a little raincoat on him, or her, whichever you prefer, and put some little rain boots. Is that hilarious? Is that so hilarious? Or you can put him in a kilt, right? But there's so much more. So let's take those off, and let's try and make him, we'll make a little farm dress for that one and make it a her. And we'll put some little shorts or some jeans on him for him. the little farmer hats. And these are all in dress up sets. So there's his little necktie. Okay, so now you have little farm giraffes. Or this set also comes with a little tractor. Or just the basic shirt you can cut out of patterned scrapbook paper. And of course, it fits, right? And I have always wanted to do this. I wanted to have a giraffe with a little tutu. Look at that, it fits. Is that hilarious? You put a little bow in its hair, right? Here it is with a little party hat on from the birthday sets. But this has got to be my favorites. As I was playing along, all right, here are your two little giraffes. Swim trunks for one. Okay. And wait for it. A little polka dot bikini. How adorable is that? Hilarious. How cute is that? That is our brand new dress up giraffe basic sets. Also 20% off for the new release. And if all of those specials aren't enough, we have free shipping at $25. Now it's only going to be good for a couple weeks, so make sure you take note of the expiration dates. And we will see you soon. Have a fabulous week. Thanks for joining me.
Welcome back, everybody. And Tanya did it again, Miss Vicki Bill from Riley & Company.
Always.
Now, I'll tell you what, I with the Slimline, I love how she did the easel card. I love that. I love that. I love that. And, you know, this card, I'll tell you what, you don't get much cuter than these characters in a car. And you know what? I was thinking about this when I was watching it is, you know, you can always tell that these little characters are up to something. So, so in this, I was like, let's see. I'm sure that I've been in a car full of people and we've all been up to some kind of little mischief or something.
Gosh.
So
we've probably been in a car together with that.
That's true. Yeah, in a rental car somewhere. Oh yeah, we've had some adventures.
In Denver.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh. But,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. That stays between us.
Yes.
But no. It's kind of funny how, you know, you kind of with this particular project, you kind of put myself in their place driving the car. But as always, I always love that she tells everybody about using the liquid adhesive, the zip dry, because of being able to maneuver that. I think she's going to convert me because I'm still using the double-sided tape, and being able to use the zip dry and do that instead of me trying to, you know, hold my head right and bite my tongue right to try to get that on there. So always a great tip. And the other tip that I love is when her coloring is that you can use the same color like the Copics, and you know, you don't need, if you have them, that's great, but you don't need 2 or 3 different ones. If you have that one color, if you go over it, then your shade gets darker. And it's really a great way, I think, too, that you have control over doing the shading and the dark and the light as well. And it was neat how she put, like, she was showing how doing the shadowing technique on that as well. So I like that. And also, when you're doing the blending, like with the Copics, is to make sure that you color in the circular motion as well. So, but just an adorable card, and as always with the adorable Riley characters, you want to get your hands on some of those for sure.
I have, and I just love playing with them. But Dave, on the website, like Tanya was talking about, there's a new release, which is 20 new funny bones. Now, there's about 900 funny, snarky, funny bones on the site, but they have 20 new ones. And I think they were just so cute, all the different sayings. They're so funny to like use. And, you know, I always, whenever she's saying one, I'm like, oh, that would be to my brother. Oh, that would be to my mom. Yes. Oh, that would be to my daughter.
Or it'd be, oh, I can't send that to my mom.
Yeah, exactly. But there's like a really good bundle I know that it would be retail for $130, but with today's sale, you would get all the 20 new Funny Bones bundle for $104, which was so amazing.
That's that's $5 and a penny or so.
Yeah,
that's a great deal.
Like you were saying, the new Gigglers, they're so cute. They are adorable, and now they even have dies on the website. So the Gigglers are a must-have, but must-have is the dies as well. Yeah, exactly. And so I love them all. There's the windows, the motorcycle. You know, there's so many different ways to use them. Mm-hmm. You can put the little things in their hands, the little Gigglers, you know, like, and they're just so adorable. And oh my goodness, the mushroom lane.
Yeah,
I love the mushroom lane.
That's so much you can do with that. My gosh.
And now they even have the dies. So the stamps were there, have been there, but now they were waiting on the dies. Well, now they're on the website. So like you said, you know me, I love myself some
saying
dies.
The dies.
Yes.
I like the stamps, I have to say. You know, you were talking earlier, and I am I used to be a postage stamp collector, and now I'm a rubber stamp collector too. So.
Yes, so that's what you would, yes.
That's right.
So the mushroom lane stamps are available, but now the dies as well. So that is so cute. I love the teapot one. Oh my goodness.
Yes. You and your dishes.
I believe I have the stamp. I just need the die. Yes. And then the dress up Riley. So cute. Oh my gosh. Riley has between 28 and 29 different dress up themes.
Wow.
Stamps.
Something for everybody.
And there is a new base set, which he is a giraffe, or he or she is a giraffe. So now there is a moose, a cow, a raccoon, or a fox, and now we're going to add that giraffe. Wow. And remember that all the dress-up pieces fit each and every single one of those. So I think that's adorable. I just want it all.
That's great. Stretch your neck out and buy one of those.
Exactly. So you guys, you're going to want to do some shopping. The show special right now is free domestic shipping at $25. So that's super easy.
Yeah.
Funny Bones new release bundle is 20% off. So we're talking about those 20 new Funny Bones sayings, 20% off. And then new dress up giraffe die and stamp combo is 20% off. So that is so awesome. No coupon code needed. And the offer will expire on June 6th, 2021. So
great. Well, thank you, Tanya and Riley and company. So get on there and get some of those goodies.
Yes.
So, all right, everybody, it is time for our next presenter. So get ready to stamp on it, and we'll be back.
Hello everyone, welcome to Stamp On It's Mega Make Take Summer Slimline event cards. We are going to be making 2 cards today, and here are some samples. These are the 2 that I will be showing. One is horizontal and one is a vertical. And I also showed you, I have a sample here showing this in the vertical and this in the horizontal. All right, so let's get started with the kit. All right, take them out. All right, so you have in your kit a 1/8 inch double stick tape. You have, I think this is either, this is a 1/2 inch double stick foam tape. You have a coupon, and remember, use that coupon. A lot of you have been forgetting to use the coupon. And then you will have directions. You have 2 overlays, square overlay slimline, One is wild cherry, and the other one, of course, is black. And your sticker assortment should be gold and silver with the multi. It has corners, borders, and words. And then you should have a Samantha and a Doris fancy corner. Now, possibly we were running out of one, so you may have flip-flop as to what one you have, or you may accidentally have both, but it was because we were running short, so we apologize. And then you will have two cards. One is two Slimline cards, one that is white and one that is cream. And then you will have the matching envelope. And as I've said before, it matches color tone. There are so many different whites and so many different creams, but these all match. All right. So we are going to start. And, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to go over this. We have our images. Now, this is printed specially just for this class. You will not be able to purchase them in this configuration, but we gave you two that are horizontal and two that are vertical. Okay? Then you have a sheet of glitter film. This is adhesive back glitter film. It's awesome stuff. And then you have an extra piece of cardstock. Use it as your table paper. Save it for card making, whatever. You won't need that. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the wild cherry overlay. Get a hold of it. Wild cherry overlay. We'll set the card base to the side, and we're going to get our image. And I'm going to show you that you can cut this with scissors. Not everybody has a trimmer, but you can cut these with scissors. There are cut lines on these images. So you have total cut lines. So long as you stay within reason on those cut lines, you're going to be fine, because anything that is crooked is hidden underneath the overlay. Okay? Maybe while we're at it, we can go ahead and cut out this one for our second card. That way then we can have that done. Like I said, you can use a trimmer, but I'm just going to use scissors just to show people that you don't have to have it. The only time when I'm going to show you some samples at the end is when it's really important to have straight cuts. But this, you could go wavy for all it cares. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we're going to set these to a side unless you choose to use them instead of what we're teaching with. But you have two other ones that you can make. All right. So we're going to set the dog one, the dog, because the other one's cat. So we're going to set this dog one aside and out of the way because we're going to use this one first. And don't forget to cut this part off too. All right, and if you see, when you put the overlay on here, you can pretty much turn it over, get it lined up, and you have it done. So I just want you to notice that. That's what the lines are for. So then what you're going to do is you're going to get out your glitter film sheet. And this, you will need a trimmer. Okay? And I got to get my trimmer. You need to cut two strips that are 2.5 inches wide. And this is 8 1/4 wide, and it's 11 3/4 or something long. It's an A4. It's like British paper that they print out, or foreign dimensions. So it's 2.5 by 8 1/4. And you might as well cut them both. while you have it out. So look at how much you have left that you can do stuff with. You have a lot. So I'm going to set the other one over with the dog so I don't lose it. All right, so with the glitter film facing you, hold it in your hand and hold up close. And what I do is I take my finger, I'm hoping that you can see this, and I drag it along. All right, so that one's not going to do it. So I flip it over here. I drag it on the edge. So none of them are going to do it. Man, today, when I was, there it goes. It will start to peel away. Do not remove all of it. You're just going to go back a little bit. Okay, you see? Then I fold it over this back. This gets a nice area for us to work on. So now you're going to look at your, I'm going to turn that up, right? Look at your image here, and you'll see the real shiny part. And then can you see the dull where the ink was placed? You're going to have the dull side up. Oops, sorry. Okay, dull side up. And you are going to take this, and if you have trouble finding this, you can put like a colored piece of paper or something with printing on it might help. No, that doesn't help. Well, anyway, I can see it, but if you have trouble and you have some colored cardstock beside you, then you can use that to get it. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I will say that it needs to be on this area. If it gets crooked to where it shows, there's no piecing it. And I have torn one all the way back off. Oops, this one acts like it's going sideways. Ooh, just made it. See, and I think I did it because you start here, and I think you got to make sure that you are holding this and pulling, because if you pull this way, this stuff can move, which is what I did. But I'm fine. I'm still fine. I guess I should show you what you can do. This would be a good learning thing. So I am taking this and I am pulling it back. I'm putting my fingers on the plastic and I'm carefully pulling this back. And if it's really bad, if you feel it's really, really bad, like you won't be able to lay it back any better than it was, you can cut this off. So long as you haven't cut it off beyond that line, then you can just place this down. All right? That is how you can fix a boo-boo. And I'm kind of glad I made it because, you know, everybody makes boo-boos. Now there's a little extra sticky here, so I just trim that off. I don't trim the acetate. I just get rid of the sticky. Okay? There's a bit right there. Sometimes I can drag my scissors and it just rips off the extra. So there we go. We have it done. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get our wild cherry overlay. And some people ask, is there a front and a back to any of our overlays? And technically, yes. But honestly, no one will be able to tell. There's like a rounded lip where it was cut and pressed down. And then this side has just a little bit of a sharper edge. So if you really want to look at that, that's how you tell. All right, so now what we're going to do is something a little bit different than what I normally do. This is your 1/8 inch double stick tape. So you're going to get that out. And because this is all one unit, I'm going to take the tape really close to the openings, and I'm just running all the way down. Okay? And then I'm taking it and putting it here. So unlike when I show you how to do it to assemble a card, this is for doing a long piece. It's a little fiddly when we start to take it off, but not bad. All right, so it doesn't matter because nothing has been decorated, nothing has been done. Do double check and make sure that you don't have any tape that is sticking in here, which I kind of think I do. I'll pull it back. I'll pull it back right now. If you have it where it's sticking over, or you feel it is, pull back, take your finger, and push it onto itself. And then I'm just going to close that back up. All right, so as I've shown in many ones, so some of you are new, you take one corner and you just pull it back, but instead of putting it on the outside, you're going to bend it at an angle and put it to the inside of the opening. So you're going to take this one and you're going to repeat that. So there are those two. Then you're going to go all the way down and you're going to do these two the same way. Just pull it back and press. Oh, come on, Sharon. I don't think I pressed that down. If you need, you can get a pokey tool. We do sell those on our website. Okay, so now you can see these two areas are exposed. So these are the only two places that I can touch. Well, I could touch in the middle, but so I am going to lay this down, get that one to stay down, and I'm going to look at my images, and you may need to stand up to get a good view to see that you have them pretty much the same. And if you do, with this, I just press and press. Nothing is moving. So I pull the short ones because they're the easiest. Then you're going to take the long one. You're going to pull through, do it again, and pull through. And you're going to do this. Oh, well, goodness. I guess you can do that. That's the first time it happened to me. Okay, then I turn it over and I rub on all of the tape lines to make sure it is well adhered. And you see where I put that together? You can't tell. There's nothing. It's all hidden behind here. So, don't freak out if you do something a little wrong. Now, what I like to do next is I like to decorate my overlay. So you'll need to get out your 2 sticker sheets, and this one is the gold. So you need to get out the gold, and I am using some that I've already used. Let's see if I've got what I'm looking for. Yeah, this one I want. So excuse the fact that these are already been used. So what I do is I put my corners because they are big. Now, I wanted to show you, in the sample, I did not use corners at all. So you can decide not to do that. But for sake of making something a little different, I am going to put the corners on this time. I'll lay this here, and I'm hoping you can see them both. So I get my pokey tool, and I get my sheet of stickers, and I take this, and I have my finger on there. Now I do kind of want to place it in the middle so that I now have control. It's not going to fall off. I can move it around. And so I just take this and I look and I like it and I roll my stick out. You can do this with a pin, a needle. So we're going to do all 4 corners. All right, we're going to do this one. And yes, I'm a lefty, you guys. So you're going to see weird things, scissors, everything. All right. Turn things to whatever is helping you. If you accidentally get like what I call chads that are left in, I set it down and then I pry it out. I pick it out. I did have one the last time, but who knows what'll happen this time. Goodness. All right. My timer keeps falling over. I'm trying to pay attention. Okay. So we're putting that on. I hope everybody has gotten this part all done. And if you don't, you know, you can pause, go backwards, start it again, although this is live, so you won't be able to, but you'll be able to rewatch it. All right, so now I am going to go to this sheet and I'm going to get some borders. And I am going to use on this one, I'm going to use the straight ones. There are scallops, but I figured this is too fancy, you know, with this already being fancy. So that's why I haven't pulled anything off of there. You can use these, but what I want to let you know is every other one is the same size. If you go one after the other, one is thicker, one is thinner, one is thicker, one is thinner. So just remember that when you pull off these ones that have a little texture to them. You have to pull off every other one. The straight lines, not a problem. Pull the whole thing off, put it in your hands, and then I just choke up on it a little. Start near the edge of that, and I put my finger down. And then I look to see the border edge, how much I'm giving myself. And then I press. Do the same, move along, press, get to here, stop, get your scissors, pull back on it till it's reasonably close to the edge of the corner. You don't need it to be perfect. Now this piece that's left over fits right in here, so don't throw it away. So now you can start it there, bring it there. This one's a little bit more fiddly because it's teeny tiny. Come on, Sharon. There. Excuse my fingers are going to be in the way. There. That's all you have left on one strip. That's not much. So there's how it looks with one side done. Now you remove another sticker. And again, just put it in your hands. It's still going to be sticky. So I get it started, and when I like it, I put my finger down. Then I run it across. Go a little bit more. Run it across. And now I'm to that edge. There's that. Now we're going to do this last one. There we go. So what you might want to do is just, now that you like everything, you can put it down. Now, one thing, our stickers will come back up. They don't get super stuck down right away. I mean, after I did what I did now, it might be a little bit harder, but you can pick these back up if you have to and move them. Okay? Now, in the sample, I put these in there. You can choose to do that, Oops. I am so used to showing things in the other direction. I apologize. Okay, so I think what I want to do is I want to put corners on the centerpiece. Now there I did what I call the leftover from a corner. Okay, when you pull off this particular corner, oh, come on, Sharon, that's what's left. I don't throw any of that stuff away because it can be nice little tiny accents on things. I've even put this on and put them in the corners. But let me tell you, you better be skilled to do that skinny little thing. So I think I'm going to put this whole piece on here, and I'll take a look and see if it takes over. Now I make sure that I can see the red through that part because I do want it stuck a lot to the actual overlay. Okay? Does that take away from it, you think? It's going to be your decision. If you don't want to do this way, you don't have to. So, do this again. Pull off another one. If you want, turn the whole thing around. Whatever makes it easier for you. I've had to pull these back up because I always got one crooked. Like that one right there, I think is crooked. See that? Yeah, I'm not total OCD, but I do have, if it's obvious, if I can see it, then it's got to be changed. Okay, last corner. This is a nice sheet because you get such a variety of things. You know, you get words, you get borders, you get corners. Granted, you don't have these beautiful, elegant corners, but I love these corners. Okay, so now I'm going to look at it. Oh, gosh, that was sad and pathetic. Are y'all laughing? Going, oop, she gonna have to change that one. Well, that looks better. I can live with that. And if you can live with it, whoever you're giving it to better like it. Or you don't need to send them any more cards. So now you're going to pick a word that you want to put here. You can put it at an angle. You can put it straight across. You know, that's up to you. There are a lot of words on here to choose. I'm going to put the happy birthday. So here's my happy. And seeing how this one is at an angle, I'm going to do this one straight. Or within reason. Pick it up, take a look. Now, sometimes I move this to the middle because this will get floppy. Oh, laid down already. All right, let's check. You know, I don't think that's bad. I would be happy with that. Don't get too, you know, if it's obvious, super critical that it's crooked, then fix it. But, and if you've got to have it just right, then do it until you get it just right. And you can put them in your fingers, so long as you keep your fingers moist with your saliva or have a wet towel or washcloth there that you can dab your fingers. They don't have to be dripping, they just have to be moist. And then you can handle these without any problem. Okay, so now we have this all decorated. So now we're just going to be assembling our card. So now you need to get out your double stick foam tape. You need to get out your roll of foam tape. And what you're going to do is you're going to start here, staying within the parameters of the overlay. And then I just poke my finger down and that bends it. and then I snip it. Then I turn and I do this end. So this is the way that I show people to assemble cards, except the difference is we're doing it with double stick foam tape. One thing I should say is if you accidentally got bubbles in your glitter film, you can poke them and deflate the bubbles. Okay? You will still have quite a bit of foam tape. I've been using this, so it's running lower. So you want to make sure that it's all pressed down. Then, I don't care what corner you pick, you need to bring in now your card base. And remember, you fold over the mountain. You see this little ridge? That's the mountain. This is a valley. You fold over the mountain and get out a, your bone folder, use the edge of your scissors, whatever you might have. Use what you got. Okay? So here's your card front, and we are doing a horizontal version of this because you see they're laid out horizontally. And if you notice, what's really cute is one cat's looking this way and one cat's looking that way. Isn't that cute? So you turn it over, you start with one corner. You do not take it all the way off. You just pull it back a little ways, and then I'm going to fold it that way so that it won't tuck back over it. You fold it at an angle, and then I just fold it behind there. Now you're going to go here. Crease. You can use pokey tool. If I had fingernails from the salon, I would never be able to do this. So now I'm able to put this down because I am not touching these two exposed corners. And those flaps act like little feet that allow you to move this around. So you're going to look at your ends and your top and bottom and see if they're reasonably nice. And if they look good, press down on that corner and press down on that corner. Oh, I forgot to say, cheese and crackers. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. If you can't, I apologize. Try and see if you can without tearing the paper. Or at least go only part way, because I forgot. We need to put bracings in here. So what you need to do is take your foam tape and you need to put it in there. You don't remove the backing. You're just having it have the support. Let me show you when I get this one on. It's just for support, so it doesn't sink in the middle. You see that? I apologize. Oh, I thought I was so good. You need to have that. If you don't and you can't take it off, well, you can yell at me. So now we're just carefully pulling the backing off. And you see now this doesn't sink in. It was sinking in, and that's how I knew I forgot that part. So, sorry people. So now we have this card all done. How pretty and how simple. This glitter film is what I call your go-to product. With our vintage hues and our overlays, you can get a card made in 5-10 minutes. Okay? All right. So there's the cream one. Now I'm bringing in this next one, which has the dogs. And I know I trimmed it. Oh, there it is. So you bring in your extra piece of glitter film that you already cut 2.5 to 8 1/4, and then you bring in your dogs. And what I would do is just trim close to that line at the bottom. Now we are going to trim this apart, okay? Because if you see here, there is no glitter film. This has glitter film. We're going to do it without the glitter film. So what I still do is I still find the dull side. I'll get these out of the way, or at least put them somewhere where you might be able to get a glimpse. So again, the dull side is up. You're going to pull back a little bit of the glitter film. And we're doing the same thing as we did before. We're laying this down. And I'm hoping I will pull this a lot straighter. Yay! All except for the excess stuck. All right, and you can't fold that back. Do not fold that back. It will show because there is a considerable amount there. So you just get rid of that sticky. And you feel along the edges, and if you have excessive sticky, which if you can see here, that's a little much. So I am going to trim that off, but I am not going to cut the acetate. And like I say, sometimes I can drag my scissors up and it'll take it. But yeah, I should be using my non-stick scissors. If y'all have them, get them. Okay, pot is good enough. So now you see, now the dogs have glitter. So we are now going to cut. You see these cut lines? We're going to cut on those. If you cut a little bit back is fine, just not a ton. You see I didn't exactly cut on there because at the angle I'm looking at, it's harder for me to see that little tiny line. But it is nice that Deb put that in there so that you can easily find out where you need to cut. So now this one is going to be vertical. So you are going to get out your black overlay. You see these have black on them. Okay. Get out your black overlay, and like I say, feel where it feels kind of sharp, where you can feel the cut, if that bothers you. You're going to get your 1/8 inch double stick tape. And this is going to be vertical, but I am turning it sideways just to put this tape on. But if that gets you confused, then hold it vertical and do this. So you're going to put tape, don't overlap it, just near the opening. You don't want it way in the middle. You don't want it on the outside. We'll be putting foam tape there, so. All right, so we don't need to put any around this one because this is going to be empty. We're going to put tape on this one. Okay. So we have the tape. Now, don't do the pullback right now because I want to have you do something before we lay this down on the images. Okay, you're going to get your white card base. All right, Sharon, where'd you put it? Here it is. You're going to get your white card base, fold it over the mountain. Then what you're going to want to do is put it vertical. Then you're going to place this on just temporarily, just so you know where this opening is. So you're going to take a pencil and you're just going to lightly make lines where the perimeter is of this opening. You see, I now have these little lines. Now I know where to place my word sticker. Okay, so then I'm going to bring in my word sticker, and I think this time, oh, that one says, so I think I will do with love. You know what would be really nice with these vintage hues is they're animals, and if you have dog walkers or cat sitters, what a cute card to make for them. So maybe I should put thank you then. Yeah, I'll do thank you. And that way then, you know, you could be sending a thank you card to someone that does that. Now, you can do it straight on or at an angle. I will do it at an angle this time. I just put my finger there and slide it out. Then I get the U, put it on that stick and let it stay. And sometimes you might have to hold it up, but then you just touch it and wiggle, and there it is. And there is, on this sheet, there is only one flower. So, you know, I don't do anything inside of here. But if you have other stickers, you could put little hearts in here or what have you. So now we're going to put our images. We're going to set this aside. Oh, we can erase this. Erase your lines. I prefer, and it is recommended, that you use a white eraser when you're erasing on this, because it doesn't leave like an orange residue with the other erasers. The white, you know, this one has an orange one at the bottom. I put the white ones on. You can buy the brick ones at Dollar Tree or probably any of the dollar stores. Okay, so we're going to set this card aside. And now we're going to be attaching our images. Okay, and they're vertical. So maybe it helps if you have them in the vertical position. So again, we're going to do this method, but we're folding it to the inside of this square opening. Then we're going to go here and we're going to do the same. And we're going to push them inside here. Now, I don't do both of them at the same time. I do one at a time because I'm bound to make this stick on something it isn't supposed to. So you want to bring this up to you. Do not touch on those corners. You can touch on these and move it around until you're happy. And I'm sorry, but I have to stand up or I do things crooked. Okay, there's that. Then all you do is pull your strips. Press that down. Then we're going to do the same thing here. Again, we're going to pull it back a little ways, crease it, and if you want, press it to the back, crease it. Maybe it won't fall back. Again, fold it over, fold this over. Okay, so now we have this. So now you bring in your next image, you set this down, and as long as you're touching only these corners, you can move this or you can move it here. The minute you touch these, it's stuck. I have been able to pry them off, and I do need to stand up because I like to look at the other one so that I am within reason the same distance from things. Looks like I got that a little crooked. Okay, press. Yeah, I touched that corner, you guys. I did a no-no. But luckily it was good. There we go. So we have assembled this card, this part of the card. Now we're going to decorate it. I always decorate it before we put the foam tape on because, lesson learned, I did one today and accidentally had the foam tape on and didn't do this part, and it was a little fiddly wobbly. So now we're going to decorate. And this, you're going to get out your silver stickers. So you have one of these, and some of you should have this. This is called Doris. This is another fancy corner. If you see here, there's the Doris. There's Doris. Okay. So I'm going to put the corners on first. That's what I tend to do. I like to put the corners on because if the corner has some openings, if I were to put that strip on there, I might get it to where it's going to show. So I'll just pick a spot, pick an area. Well, Jiminy Christmas. Carefully pull it back. Now, if you see, I took something with me. Sometimes I'll just put my finger on here and press. And then if I lift it up, yeah, it didn't stick on my finger, but it did pop out. Kinda. There's always going to be one at some time there. All right, there we go. Oops. Okay, put that on. Now we're going to pick a corner, and like I say, it doesn't matter what way you have the card because a corner is a corner, whether it's upside down or sideways too. There, that one pulled right off with nothing left over. See, it can happen. And like I say, I'm not sure if I like how that one went down. I'm going to lift this one back up. And this can happen to you. Like I say, you just take your time. Don't pull fast because these have some frail parts. Okay. So I'm trying to make sure that I have similar distance. Okay, now we're going to get the next one. I have a feeling this one is going to pull a lot off. Yeah. Once in a while, practically everything stayed down. So I have them on my finger, but I'm just going to get rid of them because now I got to work on this one. Let's see how well. Doesn't want to come off. All right, I want to show you a technique that I do is I put it down where I want it. And then I take my pokey tool and I take this out with my pokey tool instead of in my hand. That way then I can hold down the real sticker. There, it's off. That's kind of how I really like to do it, not necessarily in my hand. Yeah, here's a good example. Practically everything came with it. All right, so I'm going to put it down. Then I'm going to take this part out, put it back on the sheet, and I'm going to get this part out. Sure I am. Once in a while, if it sticks on a thing, I run the needle across. Probably my bifocals aren't letting me look at where I'm supposed to be. There we go. And we have this one. Which this one just, I think was once in a while, the machines don't cut all the way through. But it did. That came out real easy. Easier than I thought it was gonna. Okay. So now you can decide what kind of border that you might like to put on this, or maybe you don't want to put a border on at all. Maybe you like it just like this. Oh my gosh, I put a gold thank you on there. Can you tell I'm not thinking? I had the gold sitting here beside me. That's why I didn't pull out my silver. See, you can pick them up. Look, it had been there a while. So what I'm going to do is just lay this on here again. Hopefully you guys didn't follow the crazy lady. Okay. So here's thank you in the silver. Hey, I think that's pretty good. First try. Don't have to move it. Now, I think I'll put some borders on this because I love borders. I just love how they work. Now this time I'm going to pick the textured one. So I'm going to take the first one. Oops, actually this is the second one, because there is one right here. So I took the second one. All right. So again, I'm going to start here, put my finger on it, slide around. Gotta see where I'm at here. See if it's crooked. No, that looks good enough. As my good friend says, perfection is only found in heaven. Yeah, and if you hold this far enough away, nobody's going to notice it. I don't like how low that one is. It's real close there and far away there. So I'm going to fix that. In a way, this is kind of good that I'm doing all this, because hopefully it will take away your fear of picking these things up and placing them back down. Uh-oh, where'd that little piece go? Oh, here it is. This little piece, again, fits here. Okay, now I'm going to skip one and take one. Sure I am. Well, let's pull them apart. At least I think these ones are the, you know what? These ones might be all the same. There is one sticker sheet that has these where they are different. So I apologize if these end up being all the same. I'm just so used to the other sheet if this doesn't have it. Okay. And again, on here. Oh boy, look how crooked that is. We're going to fix that. So I'm going to pick this up and move it over. There we go. So I am going to decide if I want any more on this at all. And that's something you'll want to decide. You can decide whether you want to put any of these corners on here like we did before, like this. You can do that, and or just leave it plain. Or let's see, what if I hold this here, and if I take, I think I'm going to do that after it's all put together. All right, so now we're going to put this together. Because I'm not going to put the corners on the inside. I'm going to leave it blank. Seeing how this one has corners. Got to have one with and without. All right. So now we need to put our double stick tape on. So we're going to start here. I think I grabbed the wrong one. Start here. Go all the way down. Press. And cut. See, it doesn't have to be a straight cut. Here. And press. And here. And press. And here. And press. And now this time, everybody, we're going to remember to do this part. You put it in here. Snip. Put it in here. Put your finger there, bend it. Snip. Now, do not remove the backing off of those. They're just meant for support. Okay? If you remove it, you're not going to have the ability to move it around to get it set just right. So maybe you want to press those down. And then I like to pick my upper corner. It's just me. Maybe it's the lefty in me. So you just peel back a little, fold it at an angle, bend it back. Right next to it. Bend it back. All right, so we bring in our card base. Don't touch those corners. So you can move it around with this and this and decide if it's equal enough. Then you can press down and then press down. There. Whoops, that happens. I'll have to show you how to fix that. My strip tore. This piece tore. So, if you'll notice, it's not stuck. So I just get my pokey tool in there and I pick away the backing paper. I can't tell you how far my face is away from this. It's like, I'm touching it, I'm not touching it. I'm only touching the foam. Maybe I'll start up here at the edge. Aha, I can see some paper. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. I pulled that out. See, there was quite a bit that got tore off. So that was necessary to do. If it was just a little bit, nobody's going to know. All right. So this card is done. You've completed 2 cards. And how beautiful are they? These are the 2 that we completed in this class. Now I have some other samples that I would like to show you. Here is one done on our fossil overlay with gold on copper with the 2 cats in the window. Here is the dogs that we just did. And I just used, this is scrap from a corner sticker. And that's why I don't throw away any of the parts, because this is what's left over after you pull the corner off. So always, think about using them. And then here's one where it's all glitter film. Now, one thing that you will need to be more precise is when you are going to be putting them down without an overlay at all. So you see this card? I use different supplies, but you'll find them on the website. And the way that you attach this, you see how at every corner I have something. That's because I have a 4mm glue drop behind them, and then I just press them down to adhere them. Let's see if you can see the glue drop. Can you see it? A little booger drop. And here's another version using it, and I used what was left over from the Samantha corner. Let's see if I can find Samantha. I'm pretty sure, yeah. This right here, I put there. So always think about what you have left over on your sheets. Now this one, I used the same corners here as I did here. But isn't that just neat to do it without an overlay too? This one, I decided to use the cut off glitter film piece, and I put that down on the diamond. I think I did have to lay it down first to know how much I had to trim this down, and so that it wouldn't extend out. And here's that extra border on the sheet. That fancy border. And if you see this, this is the corner that I don't put right over the top of that scallop. But yeah, there's dots behind here. This is, I think I put just little tiny pieces of double stick tape behind here or here so that it wouldn't show through, because all of this would show through. Here's another sample. And here's another sample. I hope that you have enjoyed this class with Stamp On It, and that you will keep doing these make and takes. And I'll be happy to see you next time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, this is Debbie, and I'm going to go through just a little follow-up video on the product used in our project video that you just saw. And this is working with our Slimline overlay vintage hues. These vintage hues are designed specifically to work with Slimline cards. And as you already know, a Slimline card, I'm going to show you a sample here while I'm talking, is a specific shape and size, can be used vertically or horizontally. So with our vintage hues that are designed to work with them, we have added a feature to these that makes them really easy to work with, really versatile, and those are cutting lines on the acetate. So when you get the sheet, there will be gray lines that you can use if you wish, as your cutting line. So for example, this one is what we call a vertical. They are laid out on the sheet for you vertically, and you can use them vertically on your project. So if I were to take, let's say, an overlay, this would encompass these 3 images on the sheet perfectly if you cut on the cutting lines. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and do one of those in a moment just quickly, but I want to show you also, here is an idea, one that is horizontal. So if I were to cut on the cutting lines, it's horizontal. It encompasses those 3 images. Now, also on our website, we have other designs. This is one of our new shades of florals, and this is the vertical version. There's horizontal. Also, there are versions, sheets that you can order that don't have words on them. This is empty in the middle, so you can add your own words. You could put stickers there, that type of thing, like the instructor earlier showed you. Okay, so that is a vertical also. Now I'm going to just go into this particular one. This is called our 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻 line. I'm going to move these out of the way a minute. Just to give you that idea. Horizontal, laid out to work with this way. Vertical, laid out to work this way. Then we have the same images that are horizontal with nothing in the middle, and vertical with empty in the middle. And each time, if you cut on these lines, you can work with it either horizontally, vertically, or you may choose to just cut them completely apart and use them that way as well. So then you can go either horizontally, vertically, 1 to a card, 3 to a card, whatever you want to do for a layout. And I'll show you some more samples of that in a moment. Now I'm going to just quickly move to a sheet that I'm going to actually cut up while we're working here. This is one of our new ones, also called Nature's Soft Shades. This one has words in it, and this is also available vertically without the words. And you will find that all on our website. Okay. So what I can do, I can take this sheet and I can use it as a whole sheet and then cut it apart on the cutting lines. Or I can choose to cut it apart first, cut a piece. If you're working with our glitter film, you can use the glitter film with it and cut it individually, or you can mount the entire sheet. If you're going to mount the entire sheet, take the glitter film. And what I always suggest to people to do is to what we call worry the edge. So the edge of it that has the glitter is facing you, and sometimes you got to turn it a couple times to find an edge that'll grab your skin. You're going to do a thing called worry. So just rub your fingers over it and your skin will catch on it. Of course, now I put hand cream on my hands so they didn't look dry, and it doesn't catch as well, but we do have it. So we're going to peel this coating back maybe about 1 inch or 2, and we're going to fold it. Now this is working with it as a whole sheet. You do not need to do this, but you can. And I'm going to lay this on the table, and I'm going to be attaching this to the back side or the dull side, and you can see where the ink lays on the sheet. It's the dull side. And what you want to do is you want to just roughly line up the edges. It doesn't have to be perfect. Now I'm going to press that down, and underneath here is my carrier sheet, which I folded back. And I'm going to just slowly pull on that carrier sheet, and I'm going to pull it down and across that vintage hue. So my other hand is under here, and I'm just pulling it slowly across and over that sheet. Now my carrier sheet is what we call, has a coating on one side, so you can use that if you'd like. It is a coated sheet that you can use to use as a palette for colors and such. But this piece now has the entire glitter film sheet adhered to the back side. Now if you need to, you can press out some of those air bubbles. If you get a lot of air bubbles and it really is bothering you, take a little pin and just poke them, and you can just remove those air bubbles. All right, we're not going to worry about those in essence of time here. We're going to use a piece of this. So now I'm going to take, and I'm actually just going to use a scissor, and because I have those nifty cutting lines, I'm simply going to take my scissors and I'm going to cut across and cut a piece of this right off. All right. Now I can take, and I can see my other cutting lines, and I'm going to use this horizontally, so I can take and cut that. And this edge is as it is, just like that. All right. Now I can take my overlay and my card, and I'm going to use a cream card for this one. I'm just going to pre-fold this card, and I will be able to, because I use the cutting lines, when I adhere this to one side of my overlay, my cutting lines will line up with the centers of the overlay, And when I adhere it to the front of my card, whether it's flat down or if I put foam mounting tape on, as the instructor earlier showed you, there's various ways you can do that. When I adhere it down, it is perfectly lined up, so I don't need to worry about, did I cut it in the right spot? Did I cut too much, too little off? It is perfectly aligned to fit the front of my card. And this one as a horizontal card. All right. So again, I'll put my adhesive here and I will simply adhere that down and position it. So all of the sheets, our new Slimline overlays, or vintage hues, sorry, are available vertically, horizontally. There's words, there's no words. You can pick what you want to work with and order them accordingly. There's also a video right off from the product on our website or in our video section as well that you can watch that has more detail on all of this. So, since you've already seen and done the project, that helps you also. But if you need more inspiration or anything after this video is done, you will be able to watch that video as well for more instruction and so on. So now I just want to go through and show you our new overlays that we got in beautiful colors. These are the Slimline overlays. You can buy them by color. You can buy them as mixed packages. Come in squares, circles, and then we also have our basic colors, neutrals. Okay, so you can order those on our website as well. All those links are available right off from our site. And now I want to just go through a few samples to finish off this quick video for a little added inspiration. Some of these use the overlays. Let me move that out of the way. Some of these use the overlays, some do not. This one, she cut a piece of an overlay and just used a square in the center, and these two are just mounted to the front. If you're going to do that, you can use adhesive on the back side, especially the glitter film. It helps to hide the adhesive, but also you can be creative and hide it behind stickers or some of the darker print on the piece. This one, she also used a embossing folder on the front of the card. So that's a neat thing to do too. And I'll just kind of show these briefly. This one's with one of the new Pebble overlay. Windowsill pets. And again, added stickers. This one has the words on it. This is the vertical of that. Here's a horizontal with the glitter film all the way across. There were no words in the middle on this sheet, so we added stickers. Here we cut them apart and used individually and just put two with a sticker. Another vertical. Here is Nature's Soft Shades. You Are in My Thoughts with white stickers, very effective on that overlay. And here again is one that is not using an overlay. And then we have this design with Sincere Sympathy, where it's in there on the acetate, but she did not put glitter film behind it. In that case, you would cut it apart on more of the cutting lines than just the vertical or the horizontal. Cut them apart and add them to your overlay as you like. And I'm going really quickly through these. This is white stickers. She custom colored to match the flowers. And now we get into our little hoots. Here's a horizontal, happy birthday, using the overlay with just the little hoots vertical. This one again, the overlay has an embossing folder, vertical. This is one of the Little Hoots 3. This is Little Hoots 3. So just some really fun ideas. We have all these on our website, so you can click on the samples with the sheets. Check out our website, www.stamponit.net. We have almost all of these ideas on there. And plus, like I said, there is another video with more detail on working with these. Gives you a little bit more insight into the features of them, but definitely check out our website and join our email list. Our email is fantastic. We use that We don't sell it, we don't give it away, but we use it to contact you, to send out sales, notices of new products. Our Jammy video series pops up on there. We do not inundate you with emails every week, all the time, every day. We only send them out as needed, and we try to keep it to a minimum for you so that you're not inundated with the emails. So we look forward to seeing you on our website, and if you have any questions, you can email us right off from there, and we will respond. So thank you for watching, and we hope you've enjoyed this video and the project. Have a great day.
Welcome back, everybody, and Stamp on It. I mean, talk about beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I mean, Vicki, these sticker sheets, you know, we were just talking about these, this gold and silver, the sticker sheets that they add to all their projects is just beautiful. And you know what, in this, I mean, you get all of this with this one kit.
That's amazing.
And look at how, I mean, holy shebango, as I love to say. There's so many extra words. There's all these different types of borders and goodies that you can add. And these photo corners, how beautiful. With this card, the two things that really stuck out to me is specially made for the Mega Make Take. So, you know, she said that you can't, this is just made for the Mega. They have some more others on their website, but this is vintage hue.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Use. And the images, I love the images.
And they're so cute.
And in the card, they just look so beautiful in the card. And to finish it off, I mean, the project itself was great, and I love that she showed both being able to do them vertical and horizontally, which I think is really important, because you don't want to, once again, get in that one lane of traffic thinking that you can only do them this way. But adding the photo corners, you know, to each of the windows, the three windows, just completed it and just brought like some elegance to the card.
Yeah,
so
that's a perfect word, is elegance.
Yes. Yeah, with those stickers. So I just love the way that the cards turned out, and the stickers just are beautiful.
They are. They're gorgeous. So yeah, I agree, Dave. The vintage hues are amazing. If you go on the website, there's different little vintage hues that you could look at and purchase. There's one that's called Shades of Florals. The little hoots are so cute. They're like little owls. Oh my gosh. And then Nature's Soft Shades. Those are so cute. And I believe each acetate sheet of vintage hues is $4.95. That's so affordable, because you can make so many different cards with that. Some of them, so what they designed was they added the gray line to be added so you could cut it easier and see it with, you know, and be able to use your scissors to cut it. So like Dave was saying, they have it horizontal and vertically. And what is really nice is you could add that overlay. And so some of them on the website, when you go on the website, you have the option to have like the two images, the really cute images, and then words in the middle, or not words. And then you could add your own sentiment, or, you know, even more embellishments. So I thought that was really neat. Let's see. Yeah,
and I'm sorry, but with the project, you know, when she was doing it, you know, the card was beautiful, you know, and like she said, you could add the words or not too.
Yes.
So, and if I may too, I wanted to make sure that one of the techniques that I love that she shows is using the double-sided tape, and you can still align it. Just fold that little corner over so it's sticking out, and then once you get it in place, then you can pull that out instead of trying to, you know, fold that back and trying to, you know, do this that I always do. But but just I love that tip. And then also, you know, because the stickers are so so fine is, you know, getting that sticker, like the words, off the sheet, and then just use a pair of tweezers that will really let you align it and put it exactly where you are.
That's
So once again, you're not trying to, you know, especially with big fingers and stuff,
Right.
trying to do it. So,
Right.
but
yes, that's a great tip.
yeah,
I also love how she added the glitter sheet behind the vintage hue. So it kind of gives it that pop of, you know, we always love all that bling, right? That sparkle. So it just makes it so pretty. So on the website, they also have the overlays, the Slimline overlays. They come in a 12 count, and they have so many different beautiful colors. So they have like the natural colors, but then they also have like the brighter colors, which I love.
Yes.
And so there's just so many options, and they're so affordable, you guys. You guys need to get over there and do some shopping. It's so awesome. Also, what I really love, because I don't like making card bases, so I'm always down if they have them pre-made for me, which Stamp On It does.
Yes.
They have the scored cards and matching envelopes in the slimline shape for the 12 count, and I believe it's $7.99, so that's a great deal.
Oh, yes,
without having to score it. It's a lot of work.
Yes.
Well, making the envelope.
And that way, it's you're getting it in its precise,
exactly. It's
too,
real nice and clean. It's
yes.
perfect.
Yeah.
So on the website, there's embossing, folders, glitters, powders, stickers. There's those beautiful outline stickers that
tons and tons of different styles.
There's so much. So let me go ahead and tell you what the show special is. So 20% off all art acetates. Okay, so 20% off all art acetates plus free shipping on orders of $50 or more using the discount code MMTE SUM20 at checkout. The discount will expire on June 14th, 2021. So that's a great deal.
Great. So get over, make sure you get over to that website at Stamp On It and get some of those goodies. So
pretty.
All right, everybody, it's time for another great Slimline card project from Karen at Be Creative. So we'll be back soon.
Hello everybody, it's Karen from Be Creative, and I'm back with another fun make and take project. How about all these projects in this box? Fun! Bunch of Slimline stuff, and ours is a fun floral card. So all you're gonna need, as it says in your little supply booklet, is something to color with, be it colored pencils, water-based markers, alcohol markers, whatnot. I'll show you a couple different techniques when we get into the project, but everything else pretty much was in your kit. You've got your card base, you've got a fantastic stamp set from Hero Arts, you've got, what is in there? Glue dots, I think? What else? Ink pad, all kinds of stuff. Just easy to put it together. Now, if you have a blending tool, that will be handy. If you don't, if you have any kind of makeup sponge, not the best, but a great alternative to get you by, because I do want to talk about a little bit of blending also. And if you have any low-tack tape to mask off, if not, we'll talk about that when I get into the project, and maybe you can be inspired to do some other fun techniques on other cards, because that's what it's all about. Yes, you're making a project, but you're also hopefully inspired to learn some new techniques and try them on other things. So that's kind of the goal. So before we get into it, I do want to say, of course, we have our lovely virtual show specials, which I think are at the bottom here, but I will make sure I flash those at the end of the video because I don't want you to miss out. I think we're doing 20% off all adhesives and 20% off all markers by Spectrum Noir, be they water-based or alcohol-based. So that's a great savings. And now that is on top of if we have anything on sale. So particularly in adhesives, we're kind of known for adhesives. We have pretty much every brand you could ever want or hope to stick it down or take it back up. And some of the things are in bundles, and we have some special buys that are already heavily discounted. You can take that coupon code discount off of the sale price too. You're double dipping. I know, that never happens. So make sure you take advantage of that at shopbecreative.com. So what else? I think that's it. We just need to get right into the project. So, and as always, if I'm going a little fast for you, that's the beauty of the videos. You can go back and watch it anytime. You can screenshot if I'm zooming in on something and come back later. Never feel rushed. Take it at your own pace. Use the supplies you're comfortable with while being inspired with maybe some new techniques. So that's the goal. We want to make it fun. This is our hobby. It's not stressful. So let's get into it with this fun summer slimline card. So let's get right into our project. You got your project kit, which you got a piece of cardstock, alcohol marker cardstock actually. You got a whole box of adhesive dots. You got this really beautiful 𝐂𝐤𝐧𝐧𝐞 clear stamp set, a lot going on here, a lot to color, a lot of great sentiments, and you got an ink pad. You either got yellow or you got orange. Doesn't matter. I gave you one of those. I think most of you probably have orange, so we'll work with that one. So let's start. Well, let me start first of all by saying, no, there wasn't a die cut in your kit. However, we do have a limited number of the die cuts to match. So if you are one of those who you absolutely do not want to fussy cut it, that's just fine. That's fine. There is a die available, so we have that in our Expo category, so you can take advantage of that. All right. So let's get our paper folded. I did fold this down. Let's move that out of the way. I folded this down. Now, if we're doing a slimline, we do want to trim this because an 8.5 piece of paper doesn't make an exact slimline. It does give you, the basics, but you're going to have a little extra. See how I've got a little extra hanging off on the bottom there? So you're going to want to trim it a couple inches because a slimline is basically going into a number 10 envelope, like a bill paying envelope. And so you need it a little bit shorter. So you need it 9 and something is the full length of that. So this was like 8.5 by 11. I'm holding this, let me think, portrait. You'd fold it in half, and then you're going to trim the bottom to get that slimline shape. So the first thing we want to do is to create this lovely blended background that's either going to be yellow or orange, depending on which ink pad, or maybe an ink pad of your choice. So what you will need from your stash of supplies is you will need some kind of a blending tool. If you don't have a blending tool, fear not. Yes, you can use a makeup sponge. It's not going to be ideal. You're going to struggle a little bit, but it's an option if you don't have it. I totally understand that. Now, we do have these available because I think a blending tool is just absolutely essential. So to start, to create this look, now I have this as my, well, let me get the sample out here actually. Here's my sample, and I used yellow for my samples, just so we can see what we're doing here. Can everybody see everything? Yes, indeed. Now, what I did, I want to get this masking, I want to mask it so I can have this border. It looks like I have like a piece of cardstock or something that's mounted onto the white. It's not. It's all in the blending, and I want to achieve that. So what I did with this orange, I want to show you something important. I masked this with the wrong type of tape, and I did it on purpose just to show you. I got a tape that's not a brand we sell to try it out that said, oh, it's low tack, right? And then when I ripped it off, can you see that? Here, let me hold, where can I, here, I'm going to hold it up really close. If this will focus, that would be great. There it is. Do you see how it's ripped? When I took that tape off, it ripped my card. Even though it's low tack tape, they lied. So no, let's talk about the brand you do want to use when you're masking, because low tack type tapes are not all created equal, and you are going to do a lot with it. You can anchor down die cuts, you can hold down stencils, all kinds of stuff with your low tack tape. But yes, you can mask so that you can blend inside an area and leave a white border. So what am I using today? I'm using, it's called the purple tape. Very straightforward. Purple tape from iCraft, and it comes in a giant size like this. So it's a 1.5 inch width by 15 yards. It will last you a very long time. So I have a roll that's open here. So let's get this masked off. Here, I'm going to turn it sideways just so I don't cut it off here. So I'm just going to take my tape and eyeball it so it's longer than my card. And the hardest part is going to be centering it because I'm not a good measurer. I know some of you really are, but I'm just not that person. So I kind of eyeball things, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. but I don't like to stress out about like, oh, it's got to be exact. And now if you want to get creative and mask off some diagonal stripes, hey, go for it. This is your card. It's not my card. So I'm going to eyeball. I did, what is that, like a 1/2 inch or something like that. So I'm going to eyeball the same on the other side. I'm going to mask that off too. There we go. And now I need to do the edges. Let's get this tape going. Oh my goodness. It's low tack, but it wants to stay on the roll. Isn't that great? Struggle, struggle. Okay, there's always something, right? Here we go. So I've got a piece here. And again, with the right distance, that looks about right. Sealing that down. And I'm not afraid to really crease it because I know it's going to come off because it's good tape. And I'm not going to rip my paper because that would be tragic, right? So let's see here. And I'm eyeballing this, and it may not be perfect, but that's okay. That's okay. We're having fun. This is our hobby. It's not supposed to be perfect. Okay, so I've masked this off. I have my blending tool. Let me go ahead and use, well, let's use yellow just for kicks. You may have orange, you may have yellow. And I'm going to get this blended. So a couple ways to go. Let's first talk about how we blend. I have a piece of cardstock just hanging out here. Here he is. Oh, and my tape's coming into view here. So I can't really move this because I taped it to the table. But when I blend, what you don't want to do, I've got my little doodad. I can either, buff it to get the ink, or I can bounce it, either one. What you don't want to do is make a blob and then expect to blend that, because it will not blend. Do you see that? It will not blend. You have to do those light circular blended strokes before your hand even hits the paper in order to get that soft blended background without big blotchy circles. And that's really your biggest challenge here. Okay, and now I should say too, on my sample, you can kind of see in here, can you kind of, if I peek, I didn't go all the way through. I left it kind of variegated towards the middle, so it's kind of like dark going lighter. It doesn't matter. You can do the whole thing solid, or you can make it kind of airy towards the middle. Totally up to you. So I'm going to get my ink on here. And now before my arm even hits the paper, I'm doing those soft strokes to get a nice soft blend. You see how I did that? So then I don't get the big splotchy circles. Just like that. And the more you do an area, the more filled in and deep and dark it's going to be. So it's just kind of up to you how much you want to do. How's everybody doing? Drop me a comment or two. I am live on the comments and would love to answer your questions, or would love to know where you're watching from or what you're doing. How's your weather? What's going on in your town this weekend? Anything besides cropping? Okay, this is pretty fairly filled in. Yes, it's going to be a little bit blotchy. Actually, on the video, it probably looks very blotchy because I know it doesn't necessarily translate very well when we film it. For whatever reason, it's that high def, right? It brings out every imperfection, but that's fine. It's not supposed to be perfect. And in fact, I mean, I could get really creative with this. For example, let's say I did a bit of yellow in here, right? Just showing you for fun. And I did all this yellow. And I had, say, pink or orange or something else. I could come in and add a little bit of that to it too and make kind of a two-tone thing. See how I did 2 colors? So you can do that kind of thing and be super duper creative with it. You can do that. You can totally do that. In fact, here's another card I did for a different occasion, and look at the background I did. I did a combination of pink and orange and just blended that out. I masked the border and did that. Look at that background. It's kind of fun. It looks like sherbet ice cream, and then I popped on a flower, different stamp, popped it on top. So you can combine colors and create some nice soft effects. All right, so I've got that all blended. Let's see, let's peel our tape and see how I did. Ooh, look at that. And it just like butter, it's peeling up with no issues at all. Look at that, it's not ripping anything. I love this tape. It's phenomenal. Look at that. That was so easy, you guys. My goodness. So I've got my lovely border. It looks like I mounted a piece of cardstock on top, and I used my inks, and I minimized how much cardstock I'm using too, which is, it's kind of a money saver long term. You could do lots of different, like I said, some diagonal stripes, all kinds of fun things you can do by masking and adding the inks or markers or things you already own to create some fun backgrounds. All right, it's time to work with our stamped images. And in this case, I did the same stamp 3 times, and I just twisted, I varied the colors, I colored it, and I twisted the way I positioned the stamp on the card so they looked a little unique. See how the foliage is aiming different directions each time? That's how I did it. Then I did that sentiment, which will pop up later as well. So let's do an image and talk about coloring and coloring choices and all that good stuff. So I'm going to use I have the Precision Stamp press from Couture Creations. We have this on our website. It's a great alternative if you don't have a MISTI, if you didn't want to fork out the $1 million for the MISTI, which you can't even get anymore, or the Tim Holtz press, which is also obsolete, can't get it. This is a great option to have a press where you're going to get that nice impression every time. So I've got, let's see here, here's my stamp set. Really beautiful detailed stamp set. I love that. Let's get, oops, I got an open one right here. Here's my open one. So I'm going to take off that big main image here. Now what I like to do too on any of my clear stamp sets, because a lot of times they won't stamp, I mean outlines not as much, but the stamp sets where they're filled in and the ink kind of does the coloring for you, they tend to be really like they repel the ink, particularly the water-based inks, which is what I'm going to work with because I want to color it with a variety of markers. But in order to get that ink to not repel, I tend to take a pencil eraser and I kind of erase my stamp to start, to kind of get it a little more gritty, a little more tooth to it, not as slick. And then the ink is not as likely, it still might, but it's not as likely to bead up on my stamp and then not stamp clearly or cleanly. So I've got that all treated. I'm going to peel this off, and I will be, what I do to make it easy, since I'm doing 3 distinct images, I did cut 3 distinct pieces of white cardstock to work with to keep them all separate, make it easy for myself. So I'm going to take this guy. It comes with little magnets, which is handy so it doesn't move around. And I'm going to figure out what way it goes, like the texture side down, that's how it's going to stamp. I get it positioned, and then I mount that stamp on the stamp press like this, right? And now it's all set to go. Whoops, that wasn't good. Here, let's get that back on there. Okay, now I got my stamp mounted and I should be good to go. So I'm going to ink this up with some Memento ink. It's kind of my favorite. And you know what, if it doesn't stamp nice and dark and deep, I don't worry about it, because honestly, the outlines are not what you want to focus on. It's the colored image, really. So I'm going to get that stamped. See how I did? Oh, well, that stamped nicely the first time, so I'm all set. All right, I'm good to go. Let's set this aside here. And now let me grab some markers and talk about how I color and the choices I make. So I grabbed a huge variety of markers because I don't feel like you need to stick with just one thing. I mean, you really don't. It's all about color for me. So yes, I'm mixing my media. It's not a no-no, it's a yes, yes. So I have a variety of, I've got some alcohol markers, Spectrum Noir, which is the regular alcohol marker with like a nubby little nib on it, like a bullet nib, that's what I'm trying to say. I've got like a few of those, and then I've got a couple of these Tri-Blend Brush, which these are phenomenal if you're looking for an alcohol marker that's really affordable in a brush tip. This guy gives you 3 distinct pens in one, with a dark, medium, and light shade that'll actually blend together. So that's kind of fun. So I've got a couple of those I pulled. And what else? I also pulled, I've just got like a regular old water-based marker from Zig, a brushable marker, because I like the hot pink. So that's what I pulled, and that's what I'm going to make work. So let's see what we're doing here and talk about color. So here's my sample. I did do some blending with the greens in here. You can kind of see, let me aim it up here. In some of these greens, I did some alcohol marker blending because those were alcohol markers. But in the regular flowers, I mean, I blended a little bit here, but by and large, I just did single color. I don't want to, we're not doing a whole lot of blending today. This is not a coloring class, as much as I'd love to color with you all. We just want to get this filled in to get our card assembled. So you can take your time later and do that. You can do lots of blending and make lots of unique choices. I did just kind of more of a monochromatic look to keep it really straightforward for all of you, because I know Many of you have been coloring forever, and many of you maybe have not, or maybe you're just working with colored pencils today. That's fine too. Whatever it takes to get some color down, right? Okay, so looking at this, let's see here. I don't even know which way I want to go. Okay, let's take a look at some of the leaves. Let's start here. I mean, it's just a matter of picking some colors and kind of going with it. I've got a really light green here, and I'm just going to get some color down. Color. Yes, right? I'm just going to get it in there. And I'm actually not too worried about going outside the lines because I am going to trim this down. I'm not using, yes, as I said earlier, there is a die cut that matches, so you can purchase that separately. But if not, you can just fussy cut that out. And I'm just, because it's such a small area, I'm not going to do a 1, 2, 3 blended as I would traditionally. I'm just going to add some of that dark in here. I'm just going to go from light to dark. So I did light everywhere. I'm just going to do my dark at the base, just a touch. And then I'm going to come back to my light color and dragging from the dark into the light, I'm just going to blend that up slightly. See how it dilutes it and takes it dark to light? That's all I'm doing. How fun is that? I think these are, it looks like eucalyptus or something like that. Yeah. Fun. All right. So I've got just a little bit of color down now. So we want to continue that through. I've got some over here that I missed. Let's do that too. Do you guys, when you craft, I should ask this, when you craft, do you watch TV at the same time, like put on a movie, like a Netflix show? Do you listen to music, or do you like it just like you stay focused? Do you like to craft with other people? Like get together with a bunch of friends and do it and chit chat and munchie and snack. Problem is I get my hands like, you know, if I'm eating Cheetos, and then yeah, this will look, the rest of my project will look like this because, you know, I'm snacking. So I have to try and not snack when I'm doing this. Okay, so I've got some of those greens down. Now I'm going to go, you know, a completely different direction with maybe another color. This is just a regular Spectrum Noir marker. I'm not blending this, and I'm just going to do some dark tones. I am looking forward to getting out and not crafting in my house, because that's what I've been doing for what, 15 months now? I've been crafting in my house. I don't know about you. It's a little much. I really miss the camaraderie of all of us getting together. And I think, you know, I'm hoping in 2022 to maybe see some of you in person. That would be fun. I'd love to teach again and get out there. So we're going to continue with all this virtual stuff this year, and hoping for better days ahead when we can all just gather again next year. I think that would be a lot of fun. And, you know, if you'd like specific classes, I love to hear feedback of what you would like to see, because I think teaching is just really fun for me. I never thought I would teach anything in my life. It's really not my thing. Or so I thought. And now I've been doing it for, I don't know, 10 years or something. Calligraphy I've done for about 30 years. And I find it's just so much fun. I love just joking with you all and just putting it all together. I love it. I do. And I kind of miss that, because it's not as fun to just do it in my house and there's nobody here. I mean, except, you know, my family, which they're not as crafty, right? Does anybody else have that problem? So I've got some of that green going on. So I did 2 tones of green. Now those baby flowers, the little daisies, I'm going to do in a bright yellow. I've got the yellow going on. And again, I stamped in Memento Black. It's a water-based, dye-based, water-based marker, because when we use alcohol markers, we stamp with the opposite of alcohol ink. So what's opposite of alcohol? It'd be water or dye-based. So you don't want to do something like StazOn, because that's a solvent ink pad, which is solvent means alcohol, and it will blur and bleed along with. Now, yes, one of my markers in my stash here that I showed you is a water-based, but I'm just going to use it so sparingly. I don't think it's going to run, and I don't think I'm going to have a problem. That's why I picked the ink that would most closely go with what I was doing. That's how I picked it. Let's go into that water-based. What should I do? I'm going to do that one in this poppy here, and I'm going to do the lighter end of that pink. And I just try and stay away from, you know, the harsh lines, and I should be good. See how I just kind of drag that in there and minimize the exposure onto the inky edge so then I don't bleed it. So I'm just kind of coming in, Get that all down. How lovely is that? Yeah. And, you know, I could see doing this lovely bouquet stamp in purples and blues and lavenders. I could see that. I kind of did the more traditional, you know, California poppy type oranges, yellows, wildflower, I can't speak. Wildflower, not wildfire. We have plenty of those in California, but wildflower is what I was aiming for with these hot tones. I thought it'd be kind of fun, right? But yes, you could do it in a whole variety. You could do the yellows and oranges more, less pinks and reds. It's all up to you. So I'm just showing you here. I'm going to take you through one image and not do all three because they are going to be identical. Honestly, I'm just going to vary up the colors. So now I've got that down. Now, if I want to deepen any of it, sure, I could come in with the other edge of my marker and add some deeper tones to some of this here. A little bit of like, you know, faux shading I'm doing. I could do that and get that center. I could get that kind of dark too. And then come back with my light and I could blend some of this out. Sure, why not? And yeah, you get a little bit of bleed, but it's not terrible, yeah? Is everybody still with me? So I'm just getting that kind of blended out a little bit. There we go. Oh, that's lovely, yeah? I need a little more dark in here too. I feel like this one's not dark enough. Okay. So yes, as you can see, you can blend with water-based markers. Don't tell anybody, it's my secret. You can do that. All right. So I've got a little bit of that going on. Let's deepen that here. Fun, fun. Okay, that'll work. And now we've got a couple other flowers too. What am I doing? I've got a really, I forget what color this is. So let's see. I got a light. Yeah, let's do this guy in more of like a, what would that be? Like a Texas rose? That lovely, like a peachy orange, kind of fun. Gonna get that filled in. Okay, who has started their Christmas projects yet? Anybody? I mean, I haven't. I really haven't, because that would just be a little much for me. And you know what I realized? This is kind of like Where's Waldo too. The more you color, the more you realize what you missed. Okay, so for example, I did all those eucalyptus leaves, and now as I start coloring more, I see, oh, I missed one right here. So it's kind of like a Where's Waldo. And same with this little pink flower here. I think this petal goes with it under here. So I'm going to get that filled in too. So the more you do it, you're going to go, ooh, I missed one. Ooh, and here's a leaf. Look at that. See, I'm telling you, here's a leaf here that I missed too. Oh, and that's not the right color either, is it? It isn't. Don't worry about it. I've got the right pen. Let's just go back over. See, there are no mistakes. There are only embellishment opportunities. Yeah, I heard that somewhere, and it has been my motto ever since. There are no mistakes, only embellishment opportunities. Okay, so now I've got one more thing left. I've got like some kind of rose I want to do. And I'm going to keep him, in with the darker, well, that's kind of brown. I don't like that. Oh my goodness. I need like a red. Where did my red go? I'm going to find my red. Here's a coral red I found. This is a tri-blend, but it's got the bullet nib, and I've got kind of a reddish color going on. So let's get him filled in. I actually prefer the brush for a project like this because I can color an area more quickly with less streakiness and less holes, if you will. I know I'm shaking the table. I'm so sorry. I hope you don't get seasick. I tend to do that. Oh, see, and I missed. No, that actually goes to this flower. I'm good. Okay, so get that all colored in. Oh my goodness, yeah. Making it happen. And you know, when you guys finish your projects, I would love to see them. I would love it if you would post it either in the comments here or in Stamp and Scrapbook Expo community page. You could post it there. Post it on my Facebook page it's facebook.com/shopbcreative, and Shop Be Creative is one word with no spaces, and B has 2 E's in it, of course. Yeah, so there we go. I've got that pretty much filled in. Yes, let's bring this up to the camera so you can see. Looks all right. I mean, you know, yeah. And now I could either die cut that out if I have the die cut. Otherwise, I am gonna fussy cut that out. Let me grab my scissors. Where are they? Oh my goodness, I've lost my scissors. Let's find them. Success, I have found my scissors, and yes, I am left-handed, if you couldn't already tell, but I do cut right-handed. Why is that? And it's literally the only thing I do right-handed. It's the only thing. Because when I was little, and I'm in particularly like Sunday school, there was never any lefty scissors. And in grade school, there was like one pair, and inevitably there's 2 kids that are left-handed in a class of like 40. And so we'd have to like wait and fight over it. And I have no patience. I don't know. I mean, you don't know me too well, but I really don't have any patience. And so waiting for the scissors was not my thing. So I had to teach myself how to cut right-handed simply so I could finish all of my craft projects, because clearly crafts was like one of my favorite things to do, and to have me sit there and wait to use the scissors was just not going to happen. So now I could not cut left-handed if I tried. Over the years, people have gifted me lefty scissors, my parents, my husband, and I can't use them. I even have like a lefty can opener. That's the other thing I do right-handed is the I use the can opener right-handed. So funny. It's all upside down. But yeah, are there any other lefties out there who struggle with this? So yeah, I cut right-handed, plus I use the mouse right-handed, because mice for the computer are always on the right side of the desk. So we're going to continue to fussy cut that out, get it completely cut out, and we're going to be coloring 3 sets, and we're going to mount that down. So let's move on to the next part of this project once you get that completely colored. So I did pop square the back of 3 of these, pop square, right? And we're just going to go ahead and, place it however to vary the little flowers, the positions, the colors, the positions of the leaves, and all that. So that's all we're going to do, quite simply. Oop, I got a little foam square on this guy. You know what I'm going to do? See, there are no mistakes. There are only embellishment opportunities. I'm going to do this and stick him here because I got a little something on him. And let's see here. We're going to do this. I might need to scoot him up just a tad like that. Let's see here. So play around with it. See how it's going to best fit on your card. Yeah. And layering is fine. So I got that. And now I'm going to need to, let's press this all down. Good. I'm going to need my sentiment. So I stamped the sentiment looking at the set. Where'd my set go? I have a messy workstation, of course. Here's that set again. There's so many different fun sentiments on here. I'm here for you. Together is a wonderful place to be. You're beautiful. Happy birthday. Congratulations. I mean, some great basics. Love. Hello. I'm going to take hello, and I stamped it on white. And then I'm going to do that fun dark edge. To do a dark edge, if you haven't done that, like framing out your piece, you're just going to take your ink pad and you're simply dragging, drag to get it framed in black or brown or whatnot, red, whatever. I pop square the back, and then I have my boo-boo, so I'm going to hide my boo-boo and mount it just like that. And I should be good to go. Easy peasy, yeah? Super easy card, and you can do so much with it. I hope you enjoyed this project. Remember, we do have that die cut. We do have the purple tape that I used. We have the blender, all that good stuff. And in the next segment, I do want to talk about some of my favorite finds of today and some new products that we have just received and I'm super excited about. So stay tuned for that. And then, of course, our show specials. Let's pop those on the screen now too. You don't want to miss that because it takes that discount off both regular and sale merchandise. So if you're lucky enough to find the sale items, you can apply it to that too in those categories. And I thank you so much for joining me. Let me say a proper goodbye. Well, that was an awful lot of coloring and blending and shading and all that good stuff, but it was so much fun. So hopefully you had a good time too. Or if you're just watching and you're going to do it later, hopefully you took some notes, got inspired, and you're going to tackle it at your leisure. That's good too. But I had fun creating with you as always. You can visit us on our website at shopbecreative.com. We've got everything I used and much more, of course, is on the website. You can join our email list by scrolling down and putting your email address in. And also, we're kind of active on Facebook. So just go to facebook.com/shopbecreative, all together, run it together, all lowercase, doesn't matter. And we like to do lots of course, new products and sales, but we do funny memes and fun stuff like that too to get you through the day. So make sure you follow us and join us. We're also on Instagram. So thanks again for joining us. This is so fun to do this. Can't wait to see you back in person again someday soon at a show near you. But in the meantime, we're just having fun. We're having fun. We're being creative. So have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much. Hello, Expo Make and Takers. It's Karen from Be Creative, and it's time to go through some new arrivals, fun products, and a little bit of technique. So let's get right to it. So I've got a bunch of new fun product to show you guys, including some pictures that I'm going to try and put in this video as I talk about it, because the stuff's so new. I don't even have it yet. Like, we haven't even made it. We just arrived and I have not even had a chance to open the package and make one sample. That's how brand new it is. But we're launching it right on time with you. So let's start though with a really cool tool. This is the magnetic pickup tool from Spellbinders. Brand new. It's a really great way to pick up intricate metal dies, pick up in place, or if you do any foiling and you've got foiling hot plate type dies, they're hot. They're too hot to handle. This is a way it magnetically picks it up, and then you hit the release and you can place it back down. So really handy. You can kind of see on the back here, brand new, fun, fun, fun. We've got that on our website under the tools section and in new arrivals. A lot of this stuff is going to be in new arrivals. Let's talk about all of the really great stuff from Hero Arts. This is their new summer release, and like I said, we are literally the first to get this. Super exciting. Lots of stamps, lots of dies, combos where you don't have to, pick each piece. It just comes together. And here's some inspiration as well of things you can do with these stamp and die sets. So many intricate, unique, different things they've got going on. I'm just a huge card maker and I just love this release. I think in particular, I love the succulent. I think that's fantastic. What a great coloring surface. Those of you who have taken a coloring class with me last year virtually, I did a succulent marker class, and I just love coloring succulents because you could just really play with all the different shades of green and the different tones, and that's a really great stamp. Here's some others as I'm flipping through all of this that you can see. Just really exciting. So do hurry over to get that stuff, because I know that will go fast, and we will try and secure more if we run out, but I would hate to be out of stock. So make sure you grab that. Let's talk about, I know foam squares don't seem exciting, but it is. I do a lot with scrapbook adhesives by 3L because I just think they have really superior adhesive that sticks, it doesn't fall off. And so we've got a lot of new foam dots and squares, micro. This is micro because a lot of times you end up cutting them down to size, so that's fun. But let's talk about these awesome circle and star circle frames. The circle frames are great. Here's a couple samples. Let me splice that in, and that goes along with, I mean, look how fun. You could foil that, you could flock it, you could glitter it. That also will go with the new runners they have. They have an easy runner, so it's a tape runner, but instead of adhesive, just plain adhesive that you would use to, mount your picture onto your card or your page, it's patterned in either heart or star, so you can add borders to cards and layouts and things like that. So just go and hit it with some foil, hit it with some flocking, glitter, embossing powder, and then heat emboss it. So much you can do with that. So that's brand new as well. Want to check that out. Beyond that, these things aren't new, but maybe they're new to you. I would want to tell you about our most popular adhesives that we can't even keep in stock right now. The Designer Dries Clear from Art Glitter, if you haven't tried that, it's a really great adhesive that dries, flexible. Now that's important when we're doing stuff like shaped flowers, if you've done any die cutting and flower shaping, and you are adding glitter to the edges of these shaped petals. You don't want your glue cracking when you're shaping stuff. So this is flexible and dries completely clear. Now we've got that huge 16, here's 16/8, and what have I got? 2 ounce, along with that super fine metal tip. That's important too. But the 16 ounce, I know that's a hard size to find. And if you're going through glue, like I go through glue, this is a really economical way to go. And of course, our show special of the 20% off is going to apply to all the adhesive, whether it's regular price or on sale. What's some other stuff that I want to show you? The desktop dispenser from Glue Dots. That's just a tried and true favorite. If you haven't seen it, I mean, I know a lot of you have Glue Dots in a box and you take it out and you've got the roll and the dots are sticking to your fingers and all that good stuff, and you're paper cutting the web of your thumb, all that. But this is just great because it comes with a roll of mini dots in there, but you can substitute any of the rolls. You can buy multiple and have them at your fingertips. You just really squeeze the back, and that's how you replace the roll. Super easy, it pops, and then it's coming out the top and you're ripping it like a tape dispenser. Really, really handy. Beyond that, let's talk purple tape. It's worth mentioning. This stuff it's really wide, so you can rip it to size. It's great not only for putting it down with your die cuts that you're gonna feed through your die cut machine so it won't move and wiggle. Of course, that's great. It can also anchor down stencils with a temporary tack. And if you're masking an area to add a border, like say you are blending. Where did my sample go? Oh my goodness, I gotta find it. It's in here somewhere. Here it is. Okay, so here's my sample of a background I blended, and I didn't use the purple tape. Do you see how it ripped? I wanna show you that. See how it rips when you don't use, and this, I used a low tack tape that is supposed to be low tack, and it still did this. That's why the purple tape is going to be your best bet to mask an area, do your blending, and then you're good to go, and you haven't damaged your surface. It peels right off. It's kind of like a painter's tape, but a little more tack, because you need that. It's because painter's tape is not the same thing, but it doesn't have too much tack that it's going to destroy the surface you're putting it on. So die cuts, stencils, masking areas, really great, really handy. Beyond that, some essential tools I just wanted to call out. If you don't have a corner rounder, or you can't find your corner rounder from 15 years ago, I know there's some of you out there, this is a really great set. It's a basic item to have in your arsenal, and if you don't have it, now is the time to grab it. This is a 1/2 inch and a full 1 inch rounded. You can kind of see the size here, the rounded shape. Let me do it like that so you can see. Oh, you can see me, my reflection. There I am talking to you. That is the shape of the corner. Really great to add that finishing touch to your cards and your photos that you're mounting onto cardstock. I just really like a rounded corner. I think it looks very finished, like your project's finished. And speaking of finishing, this is not a tool, but I just want to interject. If you're looking to ink the edges of your project, because yes, I like to corner round my sentiment or my image, and then I like to ink the edges. This is the only set you're really going to need. This set has the 4 best colors of inks that are more natural versus your basic black. There is a black soot in here, but it's a little bit of a softer black, along with the walnut stained vintage photo and antique linen to ink your edges. Now, another thing I like to do with the antique linen, since it is a water-based ink, I like to stamp with this to do that lovely little no line image when I'm coloring. Now, speaking of that, let me go back to our friends at Hero Arts. We're bringing in their contour ink pad, and we have some contour ink refills. This is an ink. Now, how is this different? This is an ink to do the no line coloring, but it is a hybrid ink, meaning you can use it with alcohol markers, you can use it with water-based markers and watercolor, you can use it with pretty much any coloring medium, colored pencils, anything, one ink. So you can do that no line effect where you don't see that harsh black outline. It's just a really soft outline that tends to fade away as you color on top of it. One ink will do all of the different mediums you're working with. So that's the contour ink from Hero Arts. Don't miss that. That's exciting. Now back to our tools. We've got the precision tweezers. These are fantastic because they're so economical, and you've got all the different sizes to scrape, scoop, pick up, place, whatnot. It's got it all in there. So rather than just having one tweezer, you can have multiple for whatever you need to do. what else do I want to show you? It's that time of year. Here, let me take it out of the package so you can see. It's that time of year to start thinking about some of our fall holiday projects, and the distress mica flakes are just kind of a must-have. I don't know if you can see that in there. Look how glistening and beautiful that is. It's like a chunky glitter to create snow effects, and it's just more vibrant, opalescent, and textured, a little more old world than a traditional glitter. So that's kind of a must-have. It's a Tim Holtz item. And then, of course, we've got our lovely Nuvo drops. Nuvo drops are kind of a must-have, too. Let's pull one out here. This is great to do those water droplets, like almost like epoxy if you want that water glossy top coat, dries raised. This is the one that's morning dew, so it dries completely clear. But there's a whole host of colors you can grab too. Tons of colors. I just grabbed these 3 out of our warehouse to show you. But yes, it just dries raised, because sometimes you don't want glitter. So stickles are lovely, the glitter glue, but sometimes you just want a little embellishment without all the bling. Not often, but sometimes. So Nuvo drops are a really great way to go. Well, I hope I've inspired you with some new goodies and some new technique. You can visit us online anytime, shopbecreative.com. There are all kinds of categories. We carry a wide variety of supplies to inspire and keep you going with your creativity. So please visit us. If you go to our homepage and scroll all the way down to the bottom, you will see join email list. Put in your email address and we'll keep you up to date on new arrivals, sales, and all the latest and greatest. So thanks for joining me. I hope you're having a crop-tastic day, and I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, and we want to thank Miss Karen from Be Creative for another beautiful floral project.
Beautiful.
Yes, and Hero Art Stamps, guys, they have been around for so long, and they just have so many different varieties of stamps, and I'm sure that Karen carries quite a few of those. But it was so great. I mean, to get this whole stamp set in your kit, you know, which is awesome. Use this over and over again. And also the inks. I like these inks because they are so easy to handle. You can handle them like this. You know, it's easy to do your get your ink on your stamps as well. So, but love the card. I loved the tip on making sure that when Karen was showing, let me back up just a second. When Karen was showing you how to mask around your card base before she started doing the blending, is making sure that you use a good quality low tack tape, like the purple tape that she showed, because as she was showing you, she tried a different brand, and when she went to pull that off after she did this beautiful blending background, it actually tore the card. So very important to use, even though it says low tack, you know, it may just be not as strong as the original. So check out that purple tape that she showed you in the video. Make sure of that. And then also the blending techniques, which I've been doing some blending and doing my own backgrounds, is making sure that, you know, and I learned this from Karen and Vicki, though, is when you start to blend is you go in a circular motion even before you hit the card, because if you try to blotch it and do it, it doesn't work. But also with that said, you could get a great effect if you blotted spots first and then went even blotted with a different color too. So blending is always a great technique. And so I thought the tip on using the right low tack tape for doing masking around your card, I thought that was a great thing. So, but love the card, beautiful flowers. Also, as always, beautiful coloring that Karen does. And it was so funny because she talked about because she's left-handed.
Oh, yeah.
And she was funny because she talked about using scissors with her right hand. There's a couple things she does right-handed. So
wow.
So thank you, Miss Karen, for that and those great tips. Just love them.
Yeah, that's awesome. So beautiful.
Yes.
The stamp. So I also loved the portion of Karen's video where she talks about the new arrivals. I'm always down for some new arrivals.
Always new.
Right? And so I love the magnetic pickup tool. That is so cool because, like she was talking about, you have the hot plate, and sometimes you need to pick up a die, but it's hot. So this magnetic tool will pick up the die, and then it has like a release button. So how many times have we well, first off, you just need it for your dies. Anyway, but you burn your fingers or something. So I think that is a total must-have.
Yes.
And it's so neat. Like you were talking about the Hero Arts. Oh my goodness, she has a whole new line of Hero Art stamps on her website and dies. They are just gorgeous. Some of the ones that I saw from the video, she had some different examples.
Yeah.
Was the succulent. I love a succulent.
Yes.
I have a succulent card.
Yes.
So I need them because I'm going to take pictures in front of them all the time. There's also like a beach, wave surfer set. There was a book set that was so cool. I was thinking my daughter, I need to make her a card with that.
Yes.
It was like the round books around and then the stamp. Yep. And then you could put a sentiment in the middle. Or I was even thinking like a picture.
For your daughter.
Yeah, of her face. That would be so cute. So those are total must-haves, but there's so many more you just need to go on that website. Another cool thing that she was talking about, Hero Arts has a contour ink, which is a no-line stamping ink pad, which is really neat. And what I love about this is that it can be used with any type of most markers. So if it's alcohol based, if it's water based, it's still going to work. Yeah. And it'll have that no line stamping, which is really beautiful.
Yeah, that's good.
Instead of the big black bold line. Yeah. So really neat. We all love adhesives. We all need adhesives.
Yes.
I love that she was showing that there's a new adhesive that comes out. You have the circles. Yeah. Well, now they have them in stars and hearts. So you could add glitter over them.
Look at that. Yes.
You could add foiling. You could add embossing powders. And how awesome you could do a border. I mean, that's amazing.
One of you could add, you can add that to anything.
Yeah. So there's just Nuvo drops, distress mica flakes, the tools, all kinds of different tools. You guys just head on over to the website.
Yeah. And those those flakes, it's funny because you get it and it's so light because of what they are, but those things go a really long way too. And those would be perfect to use on the new the adhesive.
Exactly. So. And then also, I know we're coming up on summer, but I start working on my Christmas crafts in summer. So we all need that snow, right?
Christmas in July.
Yes, exactly. So Be Creative right now is offering 20% off on all adhesives and 20% off on all markers, Spectrum Noir brand only, using coupon code COLORGLUE. And this will be available through June 4th, 2021.
Great time to load up on that adhesive. So and she's got everything you want to, I would say anything you want to stick to or somebody to, she has the adhesive.
Exactly. Also free shipping on orders over $59.
Great.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Miss Karen from Be Creative. And now we have another great project filled with butterflies from Kim at Blank Page Muse. So we'll be back shortly.
Hi, it's Kim from Blank Page Muse. We're a small stamp company in Riverside, California. And today I have a really fun Slimline card to make with you. It uses our brand new clear stamps. It's Butterfly Breezes. It has 3 butterflies in 3 sizes, a wonderful sunflower, and an awesome sentiment. And as well, you've got this really fun stencil. It has a bunch of layering elements in it with butterflies and flowers. And this is the final project. We're going to make it together. Let's go. Okay, welcome back after a quick introduction. Here we go. I think I have all the supplies laid out I need to use right now. I'm going to use a stamping platform just to aid in the stamping so that if it doesn't take the ink right away, there's a good chance, you know, to redo it. I'm going to use some Distress Oxides and Worn Lipstick, Salty Ocean, Squeezed Lemonade, and my VersaFine Onyx Black ink for stamping. I'm going to use the oxides for the stenciling in the background, and I'm using, it's a pink, yellow, and blue. You can use whatever colors you like. So we'll get to that in a few minutes. I'm going to set those aside so I don't hopefully knock them off the table or something weird. And of course, here's the stamps we're using today that should have been in your kit. Our full new clear set of butterflies and a sunflower. You've got your panel, your watercolor paper panel that you're going to stamp onto, your stencil, and your card base itself, which is folded. I'm setting it aside so I don't get too much ink on it before I'm ready. And I'm going to set the stencil off to the side here too, and have the panel. Now on your watercolor paper, it has a bumpier side and a smoother side. You're going to want to make sure you stamp on the smoother side, okay? It takes the image a little better. And I'm going to go ahead and place this here. And I'm just going to take the stamps and I'm going to lay them out how I want them to be on the background. I'm stamping right onto it. So I'm going to start with the sunflower, peel it off. And sometimes on clear stamps there's a little bit of the manufacturing residues on them. So you just want to either test stamp to ink them up a little bit or just wipe them down. Or you can even wash them with soap and water if you like. These I only had to stamp a couple of times. Here is the actual... This is what I use, just a stamp pad, and I'm just testing them to stamp them and get them kind of seasoned, and then I set this aside. And here we go. The sunflower, I want it at the bottom of the card, kind of at an angle, just tucked on the corner like so. Put it down there, and oh, you know what? Let's see. Might be a good idea to put the lined side down. I had it wrong. Here we go. Because we want it to stick to the platform. There we go. And then you're going to take the butterfly with the open wings, and it's going to be coming down like so, like it's going to land on the flower. Then the next size butterfly, we're going to put it up a little further here, just to kind of create that little zigzag motion, about like so. And little tiny guy is going to be up here towards the top. And you have your sentiment. And we're going to put the sentiment in this area right here, in that open space. And kind of look at your layout, kind of line it up, make sure you have everything you want. If your stamping platform has a grid, you can check to make sure the sentiment looks straight. I'm going to pop this up for just a second. That's pretty straight. There we go. Then gently press them onto the background. Set that off to the side there. And looks good. They're all attached. Now I'm going to start inking. Again, I like the VersaFine Black. It works really good with the watercolor markers. Doesn't smear. And the colors are really nice and bright. Really like them a lot. And as you're inking, just look at the black and make sure it looks like it's got good coverage, not a lot of little bubbles or anything like that. The platform gives you a little flexibility if you got to touch it up again. I'll set that aside, trying to get my fingers in it. Slide it back over. Check it. Butterflies look good. Sentiment's nice and dark. Sunflower, I want to darken it up a little bit, so I'm just going to apply a little more ink. I'll do a little bit on the butterfly, the bottom butterfly too. Other than that, everything else looks good. There we go. Now the sunflower is nice and dark. I like that a lot better. Okay. Gonna go ahead and just wipe off the ink off the stamps just to minimize the amount of ink on my fingers. I'm gonna put the stamps back onto the backing card right now. I really like the Versamark too. It just really wipes off of the stamps very nicely, even the black ink. Okay. At this point, I'm done with the sunflower, the little butterfly, and the sentiment. So I'm going to set those aside. I'm going to move my panel off, put this aside, and then with this another piece of paper, you can use cardstock or watercolor, anything you like. We're going to stamp some extra butterflies. So I'm going to put this here and here, and I'm going to place them. I'm going to use the open wing butterfly and the medium size open butterfly. And I'm going to stamp each one a couple times because I want a couple of tries at coloring here. Kind of a coloring warm-up, if you will. Stamp them a couple times. Still has a little ink residue from before, that's fine. That's nice and dark. And now rather than moving the stamps, I'm just going to turn the paper over this way. I'm going to put the magnets back on. Like I said, this is going to be a stamping warm-up, so I'm going to stamp each one twice. It's a coloring warm-up. There we go. Get that one just a little bit more. See, as you get enough ink on there, it gets nice and full and it transfers really nice. Good. There we go. Good. Again, wiping off the ink on my stamps. And then I'm going to put them back on the background card. Then we're pretty much done. You can stamp more if you like, but this is all we basically need for now. And that's that for the stamps. Put this aside. I want this card here. Okay. So what we're doing, we have the card base, and then we have these other stamps. And what we're going to be doing is coloring these in. These are going to be on top because we're going to be cutting the wings off and applying it right on top of this base. So it pops up a little bit so you get that dimension. And it's always fun to warm up on your coloring anyway, because sometimes you see the color doesn't work so well, so you want to change it. So now's the time to play. And I'm using my Color It watercolor brush pens. These are a simple set I found on Amazon. I think I've used them in the majority of the videos, and I use them all the time, and I think they're really, really fun. The butterflies I'm going to be doing in blues and greens and a little bit of pink. It's a little more whimsical, it's a little fun. I'm going to save the oranges and the browns for the sunflower. There we go. And of course a water pen for the ink. Okay, I'm going to start with the light blue. I need a scratch piece of paper. So if you have another scrap of paper to test them, your colors, that's good. And I'm just going to start in the middle here, applying a little light blue on the very part, the bottom part of the wing closest to the body, and go over here. I'm going to do them both similar, so putting down the light blue first. You don't have to worry about staying in the lines here because we're going to be cutting these out. Get the colors there. I like that light blue. And I'm going to put a little bit of water down. And I'm also doing these first since they're wet and we're going to be cutting them. You want to do this step first so you can set it aside so it's drying while we're working on the rest of the card base. Now I'm going to take this one, it's almost a teal, blue-green, and just dab it in here and get that wonderful watercolor flow going. I love how it blossoms like that. It just blooms. It's really fun. And we're going to put just a touch of darker blue on top of that at the very bottom. Right there. There we go. And then I'm going to use some green on the rest of the wing, on the middle part of the wing actually here. It's a light green. And on this one I'm doing green all the way around. And I'm just pouncing it, just dabbing it on there. You don't have to be perfect because you've got the black that's hiding everything anyway. It's giving it the shape. A little bit of water, the water pen, just move it around a little bit to blend it a teeny bit. That's good. And this is a little wet, so I'm going to take a clean paper towel and just dab off some of that water. It lifts some of the color, but that's totally fine. And now I'm going to use the darker pink on this one, just on this little section out here. Little bits of color. The edge of the wings on the big butterfly. Just putting it down really. That's cool. And a little bit of water next. Just again a slight dabbing motion. Just get a little bit wet. And then a touch of another pink. This is more of a raspberry. And this one is a fuchsia color. So kind of, again, a dark pink and a light pink was working fine. And just a little bit of water on it. Don't really need to, it looks good that way. I like how bright it is. I love how this blue came together there. And let's try another combination real quick here. Got to use the blue in the darker part here. On both of them. This first section's closest to the body of the butterfly. Okay, I'm going to get it a little wet. And while it's wet, I'm going to just pull that same blue all the way out. From the body all the way out to that high section of the wing. Now let's try that teal. Let's see how the teal comes in. I'm going to pull that all the way out in this one. And just a touch of the green on the outer edges here. Let's try that. Now we use the same green over here. just a little bit of water. It's a little bright, so I just want to pull a little bit of that color back off. Didn't have quite enough color, so I'm just coming in and it's wet there and I'm just dabbing it. I'm not even following the shapes, I'm just dabbing it right on top. There we go. And that's good. There we go. I like the dark ones. I really like how this one blossoms, so I'm going to stick with this color combination here. Okay, these are colored, and I'm going to set them aside right now so it dries, and then we're going to color in the other background. There we go. I missed that spot. So set this aside so it dries. Now I'm going to come back to the main panel and color in the flower and the other butterflies. These butterflies, I'm just going to apply a little bit of color. It doesn't have to be perfect because the wings are going to be covered up when we put the other ones on top. So let's start with the sunflower. I'm going to start from the bottom and work up. So here's the colors I want to use on the sunflower. I have a pale yellow, I have an orange, a medium orange, and a darker orange. And for the middle, I have a brown and another color, what do they call this one? This one's labeled Sweet Ginger. It's kind of a brown orange, I guess you'd say. I'm just using it to highlight the middle part of the flower. So I'm going to put a little bit of the lighter color through here and a little bit here, kind of to highlight it, just through the middle, just a little section like that. Then I'm going to come in with the brown and just follow it around. I'm not coloring each dot, I'm just going straight over the stamping with it, just getting the color down. A little bit more of this. Let's put a little water on it now. Help smooth it out. There we go. And we're going to come back to the darker one and just darken center right here, just a little bit more. I'm going to leave it a little lighter as you get to the outside. I think that looks pretty good like that. I'm going to set these colors aside. I'm done with those for now. And I'm going to start with the lightest yellow on the petals. I'm going to just put it down all the way from the center out to the tip of the petals. All the way around. I'm going to turn this a little bit here. Sorry if it makes you dizzy there. Try not to turn it too fast. Okay, once I have all the yellow in, then I'm going to come back to the petals with the medium orange and just add a little color in. Maybe a little stronger color on these out here on the top side. A little bit there, just going all the way around each petal. Okay. And now I'm going to take my water brush, make sure I don't have any blue on it right now, and just a little bit of water just to blend those two in a little, so you don't have quite so much of the stroke color separation. There we go. So I still like to use watercolor paper. It doesn't buckle when it gets wet, and it's easy to stamp on with rubber or clear stamps. Let's get these colors together a little bit. Okay, and now while the center is really wet, I'm going to go in with the darkest orange and just dab it a little bit to get that bloom. It starts to fade and bleed into the rest of it there. A little bit in there because there's a petal hiding there. There we go. Looks pretty good. I like that. And then I come back with the original lightest yellow and just do a quick little pull, a little blend there, just to bring out that dark just a little bit. I'm going both directions, from the center out and then even from the outside in, just to try to break up that line just a little bit. There, I like how that looks. It's nice and bright. And you could even come back with a darker pink if you wanted to, backing up to the center of the flower. You could add just a little bit of that pink in, just for a little more interest on the seeds, just to give a little contrast. There we go. That's the same pink I used on the butterfly wings. All right, now back up to the butterflies. Since I'm going to use this set, I'm just going to use the blue and then a little bit of the pink here, because when the wings are lifted, you're going to see a little bit underneath it. So you just want some color. You don't want to leave it just white. Okay, so I have the light blue and back to the teal and the green and the pinks. I'm going to put the light blue down all the way over here in the middle, and also the light blue on this one here. It doesn't have to match exactly with what you created on the first one. You just want to hint of the color underneath. A little bit of water, so it helps spread it. And I still had a little bit of yellow on there. There we go. Now drop in some of the teal. I got a little outside there, but that's okay. The stencil will help cover that up. And a touch of dark blue. And the center part here, I'm going to go definitely darker. There we go. This one, a little bit of the green all the way out to the tips. There we go. And just a little bit on this one here. And now into the pink for those edges. Okay. Dab this other pink very middle. That looks good. And now to do the little butterfly. The little butterfly, I'm going to make it really pale. I'm going to use just the pale blue and the green, just the two colors, so it's a little further away. I know the black is dark, but still I want it a little lighter in color. This is so small too. Coloring butterflies is a lot of fun. You can just go crazy and do whatever you want. And when we were designing this one, we really wanted to give you several sizes so you could play with them on any project and they'll fit in. Do a whole butterfly, you know, cascade and avalanche, just butterflies everywhere. They're so much fun. There we go. And maybe I'll put a little drop of teal right here. Cool. There we go. That looks pretty good. Now, at this point, honestly, the card looks really awesome. Could just do the stenciling and be done, but I'm still going to show you the step with the wings too. Okay? And make sure that's dry. I think that's it with the pens. I'm going to set them aside. And we're ready to do the stenciling. I've got a scrap piece of paper here that I'm going to put under it. And the stencil is right here. And again, I have my pink and yellow. That's the worn lipstick and the squeezed lemonade and a salty ocean blue. And for my brushes, you can use brushes, sponges, whatever you want. These brushes are simply makeup brushes that I found at the dollar store. And that's what I'm using today. I like them. They seem to work fine. And it's just a little tip to save $1 so you can buy more stamps. I'm going to start with the pink. And all you're doing with the stencil, these little flower bursts, you're going to come in and in the open spaces, we're going to start adding in little shapes in the pink. And we're going to brush from the outside of the stencil inwards like this, all the way around. And you don't need to re-ink between each one. You're just going to kind of play with the different shades so you have some light and some dark. Okay. I'm going to, again, I like working from the bottom up towards the top. I'm going to use the biggest flower shape right in here. I'm going to tuck it in between, about like so. I'm not taping it down. I'm just holding the base and the stencil with my other fingers on the one hand and inking up here. I have the scratch paper so I can see. That looks pretty good. So, outwards to the middle. And I'm leaving the very center clear because we're going to come back in with the other shape and apply yellow there. Just brush it in. Okay, I still have a lot of ink on there. I'm going to turn this around and tuck in another big flower right here. Just using the ink from the stencil and what's left on the brush. Just pushing it inwards. And let's do a little one here. Nice and pale. And another corner right here to give it a little anchor. And moving all the way up, just slowly filling it all in. Kind of turn the stencil so it tucks in around the butterflies however you like. I want this one a little darker, so I'm getting a little more pink. Putting the stencil in, I'm going to hold it down with my fingers and just brush from the edge towards the center. I'm leaving the center as empty as possible so I can put the yellow in and it'll show up, be a nice little color burst. There we go. Let's do a little more stenciling. I want to fill this whole background up with flowers because it's just, I love flowers and the butterflies, and this stencil is just a lot of fun. Another kind of layering stencil. I'm going to come in on the side here, add some more in. This one's a little dark, well, that's kind of fun. I like it. Just swirl it around. That's nice and bright. That came out cool. I've got this area here. Let's add something in. Let's use the tiny one for there. Just add that in. And again, if you want to tape it down and keep moving it, that's fine. I'm just using my fingers to hold it down because I'm impatient. And let's add this one here. I actually accidentally stenciled. I got outside the stencil edge, so I've got a line there, which is fine. I'm just going to put another flower right there. And be a little more careful, not so aggressive with the ink on the edges. And I'll lift it up and see how that looks. That's fine, that covers it up. Just see a little bit, it's just an overlap petal. And I'm gonna spin this around a little bit and add one up here at the top, coming off the edge. I like them coming off the edge, gives a little more, it holds it in, doesn't have everything just floating on the page, gives you an anchor point. There we go, that one. And let's see if I can tuck in a piece of one right in here. Oh yeah, that'll fit. Kind of a pale one tucked in. Awesome. And let's put something here at the bottom that's kind of empty and sad. There we go, and a little bit over here. Cool, that's good. Now, that looks like enough pink right now. Actually, put a butterfly there. Okay, I set the pink aside, and I'm going to move on to yellow. You can scrub off the brush if you want. I've got a second one here that I'm going to use for the yellow. That looks good. And I'm going to come in with one of the smallest flower on here, which is the one here closest to the butterflies. And I'm going to place it just overlapping. All I want is a portion of it. And I'm going to put the yellow right on top of the pink in the middle. Then all of a sudden you've got the little starburst going on. And I'm going to do that to all of the flowers all the way around, varying the sizes and overlapping, however you want to do it. Just getting that little bit of the tropical, summery feeling going on here. There we go. And this one's a real, let's see, that's a tiny flower, so let's put just a little hint right there. Add that in. Kind of makes a nice orange too in the overlap. Okay, and this one, I'm going to go ahead and do the bigger area. And you've got this nice and pale in the middle. I rotate the stencil, and I'm going to get that yellow all the way in the middle here. Swirling it around, instead of the pulling, just swirling it in. And just all of a sudden you start to see it coming together. Those flowers with the butterflies, we've got so many bright, colorful summer fun going on. And for that little pale one I tucked in, just a little hint right in there. And let's see what I missed. Oh yeah, the top. Here we go. That's that. And the last big flower here, I'm going to put the yellow right in. There you go. Awesome. That looks good. I like that. And very cool. Now, one last step on the stenciling. I'm going to come in with the blue. Let's see. Most of the ink is off of that one. And I'm going to use one of the tiny, tiny butterflies on the stencil. And I'm going to come in and in a blue, just tuck a couple little shadowy butterflies in. I'm going to brush off some of the ink and just dab a little bit on there so you get a little hint of some butterflies. A little pale blue fun there. Got a nice space in here. So this one's going to be heading up to the gentle breezes. There we go. And how about one more right about here? Fun. Okay, that is the card base. You're all set there. Again, the card is done. You can leave it just as that, but I'm going to show you that last step now. I'm going to cut out the butterfly wings and attach them. Okay, just set this aside real quick here. And I'll just trim this over here. Okay, and I decided to use this set of butterflies here. So I'm gonna fussy cut them out. Now, I just realized I forgot to color the body of this butterfly. That's funny. Here we go, let's go back. I'm gonna grab the brown and dark pink and just color in the body. Sorry about that, I just saw that. There we go. That's an easy fix. All right. And now, when we're fussing cutting these out, I'm only interested in the wings, so you're not going to have to cut around the antenna or anything, or the heads. Sorry, you're going to, just cut the wing shape out. You don't need the rest of that. I'm going to cut around the edges as close to the black outline as possible. If you get a little white left over, that's okay. You can always come in with a marker or anything like that and just touch it up if something shows. All the way around here. And again, just all I need are the wings, so the extra little teeny tiny parts are trimmed off. Because attaching them on the card base, you've got the head and the antenna on there already, so that'll take care of that. And now you've got the wings cut out. Okay, zoomed in a little bit so you can see this part better. You've got the wings, trimmed it out, and you've got the sections of the wings right here. You've got kind of this heart shape. You've got a major line here, a major line here. We're going to take the scissors and we're just going to trim it inwards towards the middle, but not all the way through. Okay? I'm going to trim it around here and up. So when you turn it over, you can see that it's still connected, but you have those separate pieces. Okay? All right, it's like that. And now I'm going to trim this butterfly out the same way, all around the edges as best as possible. Sorry, body of the butterfly goes bye-bye. All the way around. Okay, on the last side here. And this side's got all these little ups and downs. You can cut the ups and downs if you want. I'm just kind of smoothing it off, and I'm taking off that long part of the wing that just fell off there, that little long piece, because again, when it comes to place it on the card, it's going to blend in with the piece that's already stamped. Okay, so now same thing, I'm going to trim this one down on this section here, and this section over here. I'm going to leave the middle part of the wing intact, so there's one section here and one section here I'm going to trim, and not all the way down. I don't want it falling apart. I'm just trimming it just a little. So when you turn it over, again, it's connected. Okay. So I've got this butterfly piece here. It's going to fit in. It's going to go right over this. And then this one's going to go right over here. And this is where you're going to need your dimensional tape, your pop dots, whatever you like. Just something to make it stand a little bit so it creates a little bit of a shadow. And I'm going to put this piece, I'm only using one piece on each, they're so small, right there. And then I'm going to line it up on the butterfly. Whoops, sorry about that. I'm going to line them up so that the wings pretty much match. There we go. Push it down and attach it. I'm going to come back to this one, and I'm going to put the tape on the big section in the middle there. And line up the wings. Okay, that's good. Now, what you do then is lift up the sections that you trimmed, just like so. And so it gives that little bit of depth and flight. Now, I'd probably take a black pen and clean up that line there. I won't take the time on it right now, but that's what I would do. Now, you've got your card base, and you're ready to mount it on here, and then you're all set. I'm just going to use some double stick tape and do that really fast for you. Works. Now I'm ready to mount the panel onto the card base. And I'm just using the little skinny double stick tape, double-sided tape, I guess you call it, right? I find the end. It always disappears. Here we go. What? There we go. And hopefully when we get back to in-person shows, you'll be able to come see us, and this will be on display in our booth so you can see it in person. There we are. Okay, I've got the right side up. And I'm not measuring it, I'm just eyeballing the placement on here. I can live with that. Then I'm going to turn it over on a clean sheet of paper and just press down on the inside here. So my fingers are inky, but it's not so much that it's staining the card. It's all good. And there you have it. Wishing you a day filled with warm sun and gentle breezes. Happy summer. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you, Miss Kim from Blank Page Muse, for, I told you it was going to be a butterfly filled, that's hard to say, Slimline card. And once again, great tips and techniques. Not only, and first of all, and I know Blank Page Muse, they just started doing the clear stamps because they do the red rubber, and they have some amazing red rubber stamps on there. But these butterfly stamps are beautiful, and you saw on the project how they turned out. And we were talking about this just a couple of minutes ago, that with the butterfly, when she did the butterfly on the card, and then she stamped and colored in a second set of the butterfly, and just taking with the layering, and the one butterfly she had to cut the poor body off, as she said, but she clipped it. She showed you how to clip it, and then put it on that card, and it literally gave it like the butterfly flight almost, and it just showed that great dimension. I always have trouble with that. And the stencil, how she used just, certain parts of it at some times, which, this is a Slimline stencil, but once again, you can use that on all the different projects.
Over and over again.
Yeah, because, you got the little butterfly, you got your sun, your burst, your flowers. So that is
the summer must have. And you have it.
Exactly. And also a technique that I learned from this is when she had done the stencil, and then she said to make the outline of the stencil darker, is she just went over it with the ink again, instead of just having just like a plain, a plain yellow butterfly. She was able to add some color, and that also added to the butterfly. So I'd never seen that technique shown before. So always love it to learn new techniques. So that was great, Miss Kim from Blank Page Muse.
Awesome.
Beautiful project. And like I said, excited they're doing the claim stamps, but you want to make sure that you check out their red rubbers too. So.
Oh my goodness, yes. And like you said, the clear stamps, they're just barely coming out with that. So that's there. But the rubber stamps, there's on the website, oh my goodness, so awesome, because they're very whimsical and very artistic, and I really love that. I think it's just so, you have so many, friends or family that would love that card with that stamp and that image. I mean, I was on there and I was just getting lost in all the different, stamps. There's words and phrases. There is steampunk. There's bunch of really neat Halloween. The Halloween, it seems like that one is really concentrated on there with so many different designs. Yeah, and so like whimsical. And I love Halloween. Yeah. I don't know why I love crafting so much for Halloween. Yeah, well, I love Halloween. My mother hated Halloween. Oh yeah. And she said, I don't know why you love Halloween so much. Yeah, us too. My family, So anyways, I just love crafting. It's never too early to get started on your Halloween. No, gosh. And now, you could have Halloween all year round, it feels like. A lot of people have Halloween all year. Yeah. So I'm down for that. Yes. There's also ocean and sea stamps. There is, why aren't I wearing my glasses, Dave? I can barely see. And they're beautiful. New glasses recently. Oh my gosh, I don't know. Okay, there's fantasy, there's nature, cars and trucks, backgrounds and borders, people. And what I wanted to talk about people is that there is an amazing Frida Kahlo stamp, 𝐂𝐿o, however you pronounce it, Frida Kahlo. Yeah. I love it. That's like one of my favorite artists. Yeah. There's also an Edgar Allan Poe stamp. How neat is that? That would be fun to have. Yeah. Your daughter, once again. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking about, Scarlett. And there's so many really neat, vintage people that, you know, like would probably been in your, on your like postage stamp.
Yes.
You know, so I was just getting lost on there. I'm so excited about it. There's whimsical florals. There is different holiday stamps. So pretty much awesome. Okay, there's all kinds of stencils. There's the butterfly trails, star slimline, water clouds, flight birds, fire, flame, and lava. And that's just there's so much more. There's paper packs, stickers, and stickers that are small, like for planner girls like me. Yes. Real precious small stickers that are awesome. So you're gonna want to look at that. And then there's all kinds of embossing folders. There's so much. We're running out of time, but you guys just go visit the website. Right. Okay, so Blank Page Muse is offering 25% off using the coupon code EXPO SUMMER. Okay, and that's going to be valid until June 10th, 2021. So
great. So something for whimsical, and then I'm going to say traditional.
Yeah.
So very good. So you want to check that out.
Go shopping.
That's right. All right, everybody. Well, thank you once again, Kim from Blank Page Muse. As always, great little tips and techniques. So now this next Slimline project is a project to die for, and I mean DIE. So get ready.
I like how you did that.
Exactly. So get ready to enjoy another great Slimline project now from Stamp Anything.
Hello everyone, it's Annie here with Stamp Anything, and today we are doing our You Are My Sunshine die inlaid card kit that we have designed here for you guys for the expo. Our company normally is a coloring company, but I've had so many requests for card kits, so we went ahead and designed this one, and I hope that you guys will like it. We did it as an inlay because as much as I love texture, I also think inlays are very, very cool as well. So this is the card we're going to be making today. So in your kit, you should have gotten the Sunshine Builder die. It's got the sun rays, his little face, the glasses, and the word sunshine. And then in your kit, you would have gotten a stamp set, the various papers, 3 little jelly dots, and you also have your card base and your card mat. So that is what your kit contents will contain for you while we're making our card today. So the first thing you want to do is you want to get all your papers ready, and you want to take your die out of its packaging. And we're going to go ahead and just prep all of our pieces to run through our die cut machine. And so I have my sunray piece, and that is going to go on the largest of the dark yellow paper that came in your kit. Then you have your little sun face, that's going to go on your light yellow, and then you're also going to cut just the cheeks and the mouth of the sun on your pale pink. The word sun is going to go on our hot pink paper. And then our word sunshine is going to go on our teal paper. Matches the paper, you can barely see it. And so are the sunglasses. Okay. So these are the bits we're going to cut. I'm going to go off camera right now. I'm going to go ahead and run all of these through my die cut machine. So go ahead and prep your pieces like I just did, and then run them through die cut. We're going to come back, and then we are also going to die cut our white mat, and I'll show you how to do that in just a moment. Okay, be right back. Okay, so now I am back, and I have all of my pieces die cut out. I have my sun ray, my little face, the cheeks and the mouth, the word sun, the glasses, and the letters for sunshine. And I'm just going to literally just push that all off to the side of my workspace. Okay, so now that we have those die cut pieces out of the way, we are going to take the white piece that came in your kit, and we are going to make the mat for the top of our Slimline card. So I just have my little paper trimmer here, and you want to cut it to be 3.5. It's 3.5 wide by 8 inches tall. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut a 3.5. And if you have a little extra sheet, leave that aside, because that we're going to run the glasses in to get the white for the glasses. If yours didn't have this big enough of a slither left over, don't worry about it, because the sun rays that are going to be in the center, you can use it on that. My ruler here does not go to 8, so I'm just going to use my card to kind of get a guide as to where my 8 will be, and go ahead and get that line started for a cut. And now I have an 8.5 by 11 mat that will go on my card base. So once you have that cut out, you can go ahead and put your trimmer to the side, and then you're going to bring back your sun ray, and I need to put new fresh tape on because it's not sticky. Let's get that off. Okay. All right, you're going to take the sun ray die, the sun and the shine word die. You're going to use your masking tape, and you're basically just going to start layering down where you want the sun, shine, and the ray to be, but make sure you leave a gap between the ray and the sun, because you have to stamp your sentiment there as well. And you just basically want to center the words in the base of your card as best as you can, and just tacking it down so it doesn't shift when I run it in my machine. Okay, and I'll just use one more piece up on the top here. Okay, and now you're going to take this over to your die cutting machine, your Big Shot or whatever, your 𝐒𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐽𝐿, whatever you might have, and you're just going to run it through to get your mat cut out. My top layer has a crack in it, so I have to do mine in sections. Okay, I think this will do it here. Ooh, come on, go through. And it's not. There we go. Is it going to grab this time? Jeez Louise. And it's not grabbing it because, of course, we're on camera. Okay, now I got this, and I just have to do the bottom part. The pressure on the crack in my plate just doesn't cut the die out. So I ordered a replacement plate, but of course it didn't come in on time for when I was doing this video. Come on, please, let's grab this. We'll flip it around then, this way. Let's run it through. All right, there we go. All right, that shouldn't have taken so long if you all have really nice plates on your, and you can save the cutout letters for another project. They're really nice chunky font. I love it. Okay, so basically now you have your mat, so just remove your dies ever so carefully. Okay, and now we have the top of our mat that's going to go for our card. Okay. So now what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to grab your card base that came in your kit. Grab my card base. And we're going to glue this to the top of our card base. So you want to make sure your card's opening correctly. And we're just going to glue that in, and then we're going to stamp our sentiment in the inside and the top of our card. So I'm just going to grab some glue. And when I do this, because you have all these little pieces that are pointing out, I don't actually glue them on the underside. I do the big areas, and then when I flip it over, I go underneath them on the top side. And I'll show you what I mean when I do that. So I'm just going to add my glue around my base here. And you do want to get in, you know, as close as you can. But I don't put the glue on these little narrow pieces, because then the glue ends up oozing out the other side. And even though I use a clear glue that dries nice and clear, not everyone has the same glue. So if yours doesn't dry nice and clear, you're going to have your little globs of glue showing. So now, because of the wet glue, I have a little bit of wiggle room to go ahead and line this up to the top of my card mat, like so. Okay. If you have a brayer, this would be a good time. You can use that. Now you see how like my U is not, and these little sun rays are not down either. Okay, this is what I do with those. I take a scrap piece of paper and I put some glue, glob of glue there. And then you just slide it under, and then you're able to tack it down. And of course, I guess I didn't get enough glue on the part that mattered. Just hold it down for a few seconds just to get that down. And you just want to do that on these little pieces that are sticking up. Be careful, because we are using white, that if you get glue on your fingers and then press down on there, the skin from your fingers are going to come up there, and then you'll have some nice little brown areas from your dead skin cells. There's your little science lesson for today. You don't want that. So I'm just going to continue and glue these little pieces down as best as I can. If you have tweezers, this would be a good time to use those to put those in place as well. Just lift this one up a little, get a little tack of glue. Some of them it's not, oh crap, some of them is not as obvious as others of a lift up. So you don't have to worry about them so much. Let me have a white handy. Let's see if I can. Okay, that side now. I think I got all the letters part. Now we'll just do some of these little rays, get those down. Just want to make sure that they're not going to catch later on. See, dead skin from my finger. There you go. Okay. Just push that down. done. Just a few more here to go. I missed this one. All right, so that'll take care of our lettering there. So now what we're going to do is you're going to get your stamping block or your little misties, whatever you may use. Because this is a slimline card for me, my little mini misty isn't going to work. I need to use the larger one. And I'm going to go ahead and place my card. Just get that down. And then take my sentiments. You have the "You Are My" to go on the front of your card. And then the "My Only Sunshine, You Make Me Happy Every Damn Day" can go on the inside of your card. So I'm just taking my sentiment and I'm just lining it up. And then I'm gonna close my misty and let me get my black ink out. And you don't have to stamp it in black. You can stamp it in a color that coordinates nicely with the papers that we'll be using. You can do that if you'd wish. You don't have to just use black. So we're gonna stamp that once, ink it up. Let's do one more time just to make it nice and black and crisp. Okay, that should do it. So there is the "You Are My" for the outside of the card. Whoop. And then we're going to go ahead and open it up so we can do the inside sentiment of our card. It's a little tricky here because we're going to need to stamp block it this way, because when I'm on this side, my door, oh, it's not going to catch. I thought it was going to catch. Okay, there we go. Thought it was going to catch in there. All right, so now we're just going to grab our other sentiment. And you don't have to use both of them. You could just do "You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine." Or you can use the whole bit that says the whole sentiment, like so. Okay, close that, take this part off, put that back on my sheet. Oh, lift up. So let's get that back in there. Let's switch some of these magnets to hold it a little bit better. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and ink up our sentiments. And the "My," let's get this. "My," there we go. All right, so now I have the inside and outside of my card stamped up. And now we get to have some fun, which is, if you guys like making puzzles, this is kind of like doing a puzzle, basically, because you're doing what we call the inlay. So you're just going to take your letters that you cut out and you're going to plop them right where they need to be. You're going to put down your glue and then plop up in. One thing to be careful of is the letter S. It looks like it's the same either way, but it's not. The lower tail comes out a little bit further than the top tail. So if you try to put it in, it won't fit. So you just want to make sure that you're paying attention to that. And when you're putting down the glue, I like to put one layer down the center of the width of the lettering and then lightly kind of smear it out towards the edge, because I want to make sure it's going to stay down good, but I don't want a big glob on the edgy parts. And then you literally just inlay it into the die cut and it goes flat. And I just think it's a really cool effect when the card is done in this manner. And you're just going to repeat this with all of your letters. And then we'll build our sun in a moment. So now we're taking our U. And if you didn't like the colors that came in your kit, you can change out the paper with some nice bold colors that you might have. When I did my initial prototype for this, I used that summer, we have a pad of paper called Summer Tropics. It's got this really beautiful vibrant sun colors, and I don't know if I have the sample still. I might, yeah, I do. So I used that, and you see it had patterned paper in it, and that you can do pattern papers as well. And that's a lot of fun. I would have included that in the kit, but we sold out of that paper pad because we used that in our last demo, which was the mini albums. It came in your kit for your mini albums, and everyone loved the paper that we sold out of it pretty quickly. And I reordered it, but it didn't come in on time for when these kits were going to be due. So that is why we have different paper here. And I'm not really concerned about some of my glue showing through because, like I said, it does dry clear. And now I'm going to grab my letters for my shine. And again, before I put down the glue for that S, I want to make sure I have my S going in the right direction, which is this way. And now I'm going to continue and put my glue. And these are smaller letters, so you don't got to add as much. If you have one of those like sticker makers, you can run these cuts in there and then they'll be self-adhesive. We will be carrying double-sided self-adhesive papers soon. Not paper, self-adhesive double-sided stick for doing card kits and inlays and such like that. We've already put in the manufacturing order. We hope to have them within a month. So then when we start building up our card kit line, it'll help make die cutting go that much easier as well. Okay, so there's the S and the H. Now we're going to put on our I. And this card comes together once you have all the pieces prepped. I mean, this is a really, really quick put together type card. I think it's beautiful when it's done with the colors, and I think the technique with it being an inlay is different than normally. I like texture. I love like lots of layers on my cards, and this is still layers on your cards. They just happen to all be flattened together, and it's just a really cool looking technique, I think, when it's all done. I hope you agree since you are doing the kit. Let's see. So now here is our E. Okay. And now before we get to our sun, the sun is like the letter S. It might look like it's, you know, all the same, but it's not. So you kind of have to go around to find the one that fits. Oh, and I found it. That was easy for me. Okay, so you might just have to keep turning yours a few times until you find the one that cuts the correct way for you. So I'm just going to lift this up if I can. Come on. Lift this out. Put it right side that way so I know. And now I'm just going to put a little bit of glue in each of these rays. And then down my center area. But it's kind of like putting together a puzzle. This is also kind of like paper piecing. If you guys ever have done and enjoy paper piecing, it's really just a matter of finding where the pieces fit and putting them in the right spots. And those of you that know me know that not only do I own Stamp Anything, I also own SVG cutting files, because before I got into stamping, I was really into paper piecing. And we have like over 1,000, no, we have a couple thousand designs on that website. And I've always made all of my pieces to fit together like a puzzle, because I've always felt that was really important. That everyone was able to line up the cheeks and the eyeballs exactly where they were supposed to go. So very easy doing that. So we're gonna take our face piece now, and we're just gonna put him in the center. And you can ink blend these pieces before gluing them down if you'd like as well. I just wanted to keep this clean and simple. Sometimes when you ink blend, it starts to get it a little bit more aged looking. And since I wanted this to be a vibrant sun card, I wanted to keep it nice and clean. And then for the cheeks, you just, let me clean off my tip real quick. All right, now we're gonna put some glue in the cheeks. Plop these right down inside, like so. Grab the other one, plop that in, and then a little glue for the mouth area. Like so, okay. And then we are going to take our sunglasses, and you want to go ahead, and also if you haven't done it at this time, and I didn't, we're going to go and we're going to run that sunglass dye through the white. But I'll glue this down first. Now you can put and position your glasses however you want. I like my glasses to half cover the cheeks, like so. So it's a little, like, because sometimes people, you could put them up lower, higher. It's just personal preference on what you think looks good. I like them to be half covering the cheeks, just like if they were real glasses. Okay, so I'm just going to put that there, like so. And now I'm going to go run the glasses dye where I put the, oh, and here's what I was saying before. If when you cut your paper, this mat, and you didn't have a piece like this left over because all the pieces were different, but if you have your sun from when we cut it out of the mat, your glasses can fit right on that little piece. Now, where did I put my glasses dye? Here's my face. Sunshine, of course. Where did I put the glasses? Okay, messy table, lost the glasses. Okay, I will add my white then at the end, but you guys get the idea. You're just gonna run those glasses through again. Oh, I found them. Here we go. Really quick, I'm just gonna, it's got this blue still in it. Run this through the machine really quick to get those little white cuts out for the eyes of the glasses. So let me grab my thing right here. Whoops. Okay. Put that off to the side. Grab glasses here. Okay. Alrighty, now I'll bring this back into frame for you. And now I have the glasses, so I'm just gonna put a little bit of glue in each area here. Again, if you have tweezers, it'll be a lot more helpful. If you don't like picking up tiny little pieces and getting a little bit of glue on your hands. Okay, so now we have, you are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy every damn day. So there's that. And now in your kit, you also got 3 jelly dots. These are our jelly dots. They are dimensional on the one top and flat on the bottom. These things are so popular. We can never keep them in stock. We just ordered a huge order of them. We have them in several colors. They're kind of translucent. So what I love about them is depending on where you put them on your card, the color changes a little bit too, because it'll take on the hue from whatever color is underneath it. And I just think that's pretty cool. So to put these on your card is really simple. You're just going to put a dab of glue and lay it on. Hold it on there for a second or two just to make sure you got a nice contact. And this is the only thing on your card that is actually going to be giving it a nice raised dimension. And the jelly dots, people use them in their shaker cards. I mean, there's lots of fun things you can use them for. And like I said, we have them in several colors. They're quite popular. And there is our finished project for today. And again, don't forget, you can always, because now you have the die and the stamp, you can use patterned papers for them. You can use foil, metallic shiny papers for the glasses. I mean, you can do so much with this cute little card and make a gazillion of them. And I hope you like it. This is our first official card kit that was designed specifically for you guys for this event. So I do hope you enjoyed it. Again, this is Stamp Anything. We would love to see your project, so if you make it, we would love for you to come and join our Stamp Anything Stampers group and post it in there for others to see, or even on Instagram, just tag us so we can see your projects because we really, really enjoy seeing them. So thank you guys for joining me. I hope you have a beautiful, sunshiny day, and I will see you next time at our next event with the expo. Have a good day. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And I told you, Miss Vickyville, Stamp Anything, a project to die for.
Yes,
so,
a die.
I love this. You know, these, I love her dies, you know, but this was made for our Mega Make and Take.
So awesome.
But, you know, we know her so much for coloring, but boy, some great tips and things. With this card. First of all, I love all the message, the sunshine, you know, summer coming. And I liked how she did 2 sets of the dies, did the negative and the positive, and put the one inside the other to give it that dimension. I always say that. I am so sorry. I have trouble with that. But I just love the way that looked. It looked so, it just changed it than just cutting out the dies and putting it on top.
Right.
And I loved how she, instead of doing coloring shading, like with the sun, she just used 2 different colors of the cardstock to give that little extra without having to do coloring. And then also, when she was adhering the sun die down, is how she showed just taking a little swatch of her liquid glue and putting it on a little piece of scrap paper, and she literally like lifted each of these to put the glue on instead of trying to put the glue on first and then it all oozing out. So I thought that was really a great tip, because we always have those little pieces, you know, that you want to make sure they adhere down, but you know, you don't want to have that blob sticking out. Right. So but love the die, and you always know they're stamped anything from that beautiful color.
I know, I love that.
And she has a ton on her website too. So
she sure does.
She's featured several in our Mega Make and Take. So
yes, and they're all stunning. Yes, so if you go on Stamp Anything website, which I do.
You do? Really, you've been there? We all do. We all do.
Yes. There's another option too that I know, like say you're at home and you wanted to start coloring this image, but you don't have the stamp with you. Well, she has you, because there's instant digital downloads. And there are so many cute images that are so awesome, and you instantly get them. So that's another option for you. There's so many cute chibi kids. I know we worked on a die today, but usually she does a lot of the coloring, which I've learned a lot from her.
Yes.
And the chibi kids are just my jam. You know, they're
adorable.
They're just adorable. I love coloring them. I use them on almost every single one of my projects because I think they're so cute. And so I was thinking about summer, so I thought summer, you know, you love to be outdoors, so there's all kinds of sports chibi kids, like there's tennis and football and golfing and all kinds of, like, maybe some in little like a little bathing suit. They're just so cute, you guys. They also have I love, and Dave knows this, I love like medieval times, and I also love the Vikings, and she has a whole set of Vikings stamps and dies. Yeah, and
how unique.
A stencil, and they're just so cute because I love that show.
a chibi Viking.
Yeah, any show in that time period, I love, and so. Yeah, this is a must-have for me. I saw that. I was like, what? Yeah. I'm like, oh my. So that's...
Click.
If you're like me, you're definitely going to want to get your hands on that whole thing. It's so cute. They also have the die, which is like the boat. Like the Viking boat. Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh.
It's so cute.
Think of how, think of all the little chibis different ones you could put in there.
And my best friend, Emily, she loves it too. So I was totally thinking I could make her like a mini album, or that'd be so cute. So on the website, there's beautiful stencils. They have different layering stencils, but then also background stencils. So that's awesome. Annie has hybrid ink cubes, which is so cute. Stamped so awesome. And another thing that I love is the sticky pad. We were talking about this before.
Yes.
It's just about that big, but and I thought when I first got it, I was like, what do you use this for, you know? But I mean, gosh, I have it on my desk every day now, because you put your little ink cube on it, and so you know when you're inking, you want to reload it. So whenever you try to reload, it's going all over your desk. Well, this keeps it right there. Just take the lid off. It stays there so beautifully, and it's just like a must-have. Everybody needs it on their desk. There's a mini heat gun in pink. How cute is that? All the little. There's a toolkit in pink. It's so awesome. Just everything. Oh, there was even a Stamp Anything mask. A mask that you can have.
Oh yeah, how cute is that?
I thought that was so cute. That all of us need that. We need to be like putting on our social media.
We could be chibi kids.
Yeah.
We go on a boat ride.
Did you say chibi or chubby?
Chibi.
But also, Stamp Anything has her own washi tape. So I thought that was so cute, because I'm a huge fan of Stamp Anything.
Yes.
Need that. There's also the jelly hearts in all kinds of different colors. Like she added on the project today, those beautiful dots. So they also have them in hearts.
Yeah.
And they just add to your project. You know,
it's just that little extra that
right.
like you said, that makes it pop out.
Exactly. So I wrote all kinds of things. Just go to the website because you're gonna love every single thing. I love it. Also, she has like acetate sheets and 6x6. I use them all the time. Yeah.
And she has her own chipboard too.
Her own chipboard. There's Slimline dies.
Everything.
So right now, Stamp Anything is offering 20% off the entire site.
Wow, that's easy.
Awesome. Using the code SHINEON. So that is awesome.
Very good. Very good. Well, thank you so much for another great project, Stamp Anything. And we'd like to thank all of our sponsors today of our Mega Make and Take. And we hope that you've enjoyed, if you were able to get your box, doing the projects. And if you haven't, get on our shop at 𝐂𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐞 website and order yours, and you can replay it on YouTube. So,
absolutely.
But everybody, thank you for spending some time with us today. And we hope to see you and your friends here at our next at-home event with Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. Goodbye.
We love you. Bye.